Okay. Hopefully I'm here. Um, I know there's no panel time. I know there's no time here. That it's just panel time. But I wanted to try Morning Street to see what happened. Um, so here I am. And I am also trying out. It's true what they say about StreamYard. They are almost doubling their price. I've already been looking at other options. I downloaded Streamlabs this morning, but it looks way over my head. I'm not sure how to use it yet. Um, and you can only have one guest at a time on the free version. So if somebody would want to test StreamYard out later, I would be up for that. Hey, Angel, I'm shopping around for StreamYard alternatives. And I'm also trying their they upgraded. You can stream in 1080 now, so I have it set to 1080. But my camera is only 720p, so I don't know if that makes a difference. If it looks too weird, let me know, and I'll change it back for the next one. Um, in other news, no news, nothing. I just looked. It's the same crap that's been happening. It's still happening. There's your news. None. Ooh, ow. Um, I I put my hand lotion on, and I put like three times the amount I normally do, and now I'm all goopy. It squeezed too hard, and like half the bottle came out. So I gotta figure out what to do with this. I can't even touch things. Um, I'll just sit here and let it absorb. So the hurricane so far, I haven't heard from anybody in the panelverse, but everybody I've talked to in that area are checking in as okay. Um, I wasn't that worried. It was a category two, and the people down there know what to do during hurricanes, and they're pretty resilient. So until I hear otherwise, I think this one turned out okay. Let's see what else is going on. Nothing, I don't think. Today's what, Thursday? Oh, yes. I watched Treme. I started Treme last night. Um, I guess maybe I'll wait for Liliana to talk about Treme. It was her suggestion. But I think that I'm going to at least watch the next episode today. So if anybody is interested in that, we'll be doing that in the Discord. It I didn't realize this, but it's set 3 months after Katrina, but they were filming it at the same time I was living there, just before I left to come up here to Seattle. So it captures the New Orleans as I left it, like at the time that I left it. So a lot of it's nostalgia. It captures New Orleans life. I'd say it's a drama. It's kind of a slow build. The characters are slowly developing. I'm still not sure who they all are. The storylines are just getting started, so I'm not sure where any of them are going. So far, it's just laying the atmosphere, really, and some of the themes. And I guess I'll save all that for later when the Liliana and the crowd that watches wanna is here. Um, that's it, really. Hey, Wombat. I was thinking about you the other day for some weird reason. I don't know why, but you popped into my head. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's a thing. And no, not in a Mike Cerrone stalkery way. Just panelverse people pop into my head throughout the day, like all day. I guess it's part of this medium. But I've always been like that with people. Like whoever I'd go to school during the day and I'd come home and all the kids I was in school with would be in my head, or some friend group I was in. Whatever people group I'm in that day, they stick around. Hey, Dobes, what's up? What movie have you watched lately? We started a series called Treme, set in New Orleans. It's the guys that did The Wire, I believe, which I've never seen either. Um, so that's the only thing I've been looking at lately. I'm really just keeping the stream open, trying out a few. StreamYard is like almost doubling their price, and they've added some new features which are completely useless. I'm never going to use. So I'm just playing around with some of that. And so far, it. I think they broke whoever this new owner is. I think they broke StreamYard, just like Elon broke Twitter. Usually, if a tech product changes owner and they don't immediately make the product better, like you don't see a immediate difference, that usually means it you're about to have to find a new platform, and that's where I'm at with StreamYard. Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. You liked it? Let me look that one up. Is that the one? Oh, Raw Dahl? No, I've never heard of this. I know he was working on one during COVID that was like the atomic age out in the desert. And I get him confused with Paul Anderson too, but I'm pretty sure this was Wes Anderson. Yeah, it's too stylized for me. It's Peter Greenaway's kind of the same way. I like some of his work. Prospero's books, in fact, his interpretation of The Tempest is maybe one of my favorite movies ever, visually as a movie, as cinema. But they're too stylized. Like the plot gets lost in that kind of tableau, artsy, visual masks type of presentation. I was worried about you. You ran off into the woods. It's a wild moose. I said he gone. You can't keep a wild moose down. Oh, I didn't realize he was Norwegian. Yeah, well, you can have all that weirdness. Lord knows, I've had enough of mine, and my culture has our share of weirdness. So I'm happy for someone else to take some of it. Wait, what? Are you okay? I think I got it. You're talking about the moose. You're not telling us that you recently got hit by a car. So, Moose, what's up? I haven't been sending you the link because I figured you were taking a break and I didn't want to tempt you. I'm like, if he's truly doing this break thing, and I send him a link, that's like putting alcohol in front of a person that's trying to quit. In fact, I think it should be pinned, but if not, here it is. But yeah, I'm curious. A lot of weird things are happening. A lot of people are disappearing, all at the same time. Just boop 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 boop. A lot of players, like the circus, just packed up and overnight. But things have been kind of chill here. I like it. I like the crowd that's been showing up. I like the conversations we've been getting into. I like the vibe. It's definitely the vibe I've been going for. People are keeping the drama on the low end. Um, so everyone's doing their part, and I don't know. I feel it seems like either the the panel verse left me behind or I left it behind, but there seems to be a distance now. I described it to someone. I feel like it's a balloon. I'm a balloon that kind of just drifted, and I didn't realize that I just drifted away, and now I'm in my own little bubble, my little part of the atmosphere, and it's kind of a weird sensation, but it's kind of creative at the same time. It's new territory, and so far I like it. Oh, okay, cool. Well, good. I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you're doing okay. Just I'm not kidding. It's like I don't know if this is how it felt during World War II or other times, but all of a sudden, like half my friend circle, if not more, just vanished out of the blue, like with no word. Yeah, Browns. It does make one wonder. It someone needs to. It's like Eyes Wide Shut. Like Stanley Kubrick or somebody needs to do a movie on this Panelverse because there's either it's like Thomas. It's like a Thomas Pynchon novel. There's either way more going on here than the brain can take in at once, or we all like I. We all need to touch grass way more because our brains are. It's either what people are capable of pulling off in this Panelverse, or what this Panelverse is capable of doing to our brain, making us think that people are capable of what it seems like they might be. This is hilarious. No, Dobes. The rational side of me is like it's coincidence. Just it's just everyone has their own weird life. Maybe Uranus shifted to some other planet. It was in Pluto for a while and things got weird. Because to think that this is all coordinated, I'm not that conspiracy brain, but at the same time, it's all the main players that were like drama involved. Just it's the connections between the people that all disappear at the same time that make you wonder. I'm having fun. To me, it's all fun because what I'm doing is so independent of that and detached from that. I can like enjoy it from a distance, like the old men in the Muppets from the balcony. I have earned that spot. Oh, well, why would they fool with none of us are big time YouTubers at all? Like why would they play around in here? Besides a good criminal, like the mob, if I understand my mob right, um, they would help like they would help you make money and then get a cut of that money so that everybody like gets something out of the racket and nobody's come and done that at all because I feel like we'd all be making a lot more money if it was criminally organized. I think that's part of the problem. Yes, there are criminals in it. Probably half the panelverse has been a guest of the county at one time or another, but it's the organized part that I question. Yeah, but who's nobody's seeing the money? Like who's is what? Who are the big players that are seeing this money? Money funneling, like a few super chats here and there. The channels that seem to be making the money are like it like the whatever podcast maybe the Crucible. I don't know. Um, maybe in our side of the panelverse. Maybe Flow and Easy. I've decided the easiest thing for me to do with this is not to worry about the money stuff. I'm really bad at it. Just keep doing my thing. Keep trying to grow. Keep trying to grow the community, um, the channel, the guests, the content, etc. And whatever money come, it will just come. I can't. I don't want to try to like make it come. I need to deprioritize that so I could it's the attention tunnel. I need to put on my attention tunnel on the actual work. Yeah, a lot of people have admitted that. Most of the I feel like the panelverse should come with credits after every stream, and the credits roll, and they have like the core cast that always puts on most of the drama. They've all admitted it at one time or another. Um, I have no idea. I just their payment structure is weird. They pay you once a month, but you have to meet a certain threshold. And so I just now I think got cleared for all of that. So I haven't received my first check or anything yet, but it's hoops. It's hoop after hoop after hoop. So I don't even know what number of the hoop, what section of the hoop verse I'm in. But at some point I'm supposed to receive my first check, and it's probably going to be tiny, but they say like the more you grow and the more you do this, that it has the potential to go up. And so I'll check in and let you know. I plan to be very transparent because I want to be able to help other people to do this too. So if people like I'm just one person and I'm sharing my experiences, so if people can learn from that and it helps other people do this, then that makes me happy. Or that he wanted you to think he thought his mic was off. Yeah. Yeah, because Browns, I'm telling you, all the people that you wonder, maybe I'm just drama proof and they left me alone. But all the people that you wonder, are they doing a bit or are they not? All of them just at the same time. Stop. Just disconnect. It's like at the end of the play where everybody bows and then the cast walks off stage. Hey, Laura Chick. I tried to watch you on board. Let me be more accurate. I tried to watch some of Barnabas the other day, and then I just realized this is me being a bully again. Damn. You really face yourself in this panel verse. Uncomfortably so. I should have just said good morning. I didn't have to say any of that. Am I the asshole? I think you might be. I think you might be, Jeff. Yes. Yes, Browns. We haven't even you and I haven't even talked. We haven't even compared notes, and already what you type in matches. They did ask me to join explicitly. I told them I'd give it a try, and I guess I failed their test or they failed mine. What what was it was the debate thing. I said, oh well, he's doing the debate. Let me check in. Because I wasn't going to watch it on my channel at first. Um, Part of it, it's not even, it's the vertical thing that throws me. Like, the minute I see it's vertical, my brain's already wired to tune out. But, we ended up doing it on here, like listening to the audio on here. So I didn't need a stream after all. Uh, I'm keeping that classified for now. So I don't want the documents to get out. But I guarantee if you and I made a list independently, probably the same 5 or 6 or 7 people would be on that list. There might be a few outliers, but the same little core group would be on it. Oh, I didn't even know what the intro was. Because I didn't even know what part I hopped in on, so it might have been during the intro. Hmm. The ABCs of the panelverse. Wouldn't that make some kind of great, like, trading card game or something? It's a brand. As a budding capitalist who's not doing very well at it, but is trying nonetheless. Um, I'm impressed. Like this is, I'm inspired. This is good stuff. Very interesting, and there's a few other people I could think of that are departing the panelverse or have departed recently. Um, so yeah, there we go. How's everybody else doing? This is an early stream for me, so I was kind of seeing what kind of audience it would bring, and this is outside of my like YouTube window. Oh, Leggy, wow. Hey, hang on, we got something here. I just caught, I just pulled in a catch. Leggy, I can't even tell you how much I appreciate this. This makes me sentimental when this shit happens. So let's. They are eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They are eating people's pets. I remember they used to say that about the Chinese people, like the Chinese restaurants. There was a rumor in the little city I grew up in that one of the Chinese restaurants, it was known as like, oh, hang on. It was known as the restaurant that uses dogs. Like the rumor was like they had trash bags behind the restaurant with the dog, like the dead the dog parts that people would come and haul away. It was like an urban legend. People still ate there, but if you mentioned it like under your breath, you could hear in your mind the dog restaurant. So that's kind of been, other cultures eating animals that we keep as pets has kind of been a boogeyman for a while. But I don't know. I guess I just don't want to believe that people are eating cats and dogs. So if they are, I don't even want to know the truth. Oh yeah, you too, Dobas. It's good to see you. I was thinking about you the other day, and that if I did an early stream, maybe I'd see you around. Stop. Oh. Oh wow, I didn't even know that Notch was having drama too. That's so. It's like a wave, like a when you drop something in the water and it makes the big waves and the boat, all the boats ripple. It's like one wave that's rippling through the different channels. Guinea pig. Yeah, I feel like I kind of have to take a back seat on conversations like this because our culture doesn't have a lot of room to talk. Um, Pretty much, if it comes out of the swamp or the ground or the water or the sky, there we eat it. And I can't say I've eaten roadkill. I can say that people eat some of the animals that traditionally end up as roadkill. And I can tell my story about how, I don't know, I was probably 10 or 11. And we went out to eat a lot. And you, like, all the restaurants were in other towns. You were always driving on these back road highways to get to these restaurants to go eat out. And we were coming home one day from eating out. And we were almost at our little town. We were on one of the highways getting up to the big curve, and we were we were in like the big old people car that my grandparents had, the big Cadillac. I think they upgraded to a Buick at some point. And so we heard a thud. It was night, and they stopped the car. It ends up that we hit a big white chicken, big old white feathered chicken, and it was still half alive. And my grandma had my uncle get out of the car and grab the chicken and bring it in the car. And I remember he was in the back seat with the chicken flapping around, and he wrung its neck right there in the back of the car because it would make a good gumbo. And she took the chicken home, and that's exactly what happened to the chicken. So we hit it with the car, and it ended up in the gumbo pot. And he practically cleaned it and defeathered it right there at the back of the car. All this like 5 minutes away from the house. GS. I'm not sure I know this person. Oh, interesting. It expands. And that's not too hard to understand. Like the psychology of it is the more eyeballs you have on your screen, and the more you have people talking about your channel and telling other people about it, the more potential for donations, memberships, super chats. It's this like the PBS ladies at their pledge drives worked the same way growing up, and the Jerry Lewis telethons. So the psychology behind it, I guess, is sound. If that's what you're here to do, I'm just not here. Like I don't know. I could get a real job and do better. Like in a way, I am shaking a cup. Let me take that back. I'm not like dressed up like a organ grinder monkey on a stage performing shaking a cup. I'm more like trying to do something else here, and I have a little tip jar at the entrance that people can drop stuff in on their way out if they want. And every now and then we might pass a basket, like in the Catholic Church, or a collection plate. But outside of that, I'm not. This is not a performance for me. This is actual, like work This is work I would be doing at a job. I don't know. Their content creation is an art form. So I think creating live streams, creating videos, creating the live stream experience, it is a legitimate art form. And I guess to pull it off successfully, you can't be too completely honest about what you're doing. So, I don't know, just be vigilant. That's a good question, because technically anything you see on a YouTube video is content. But I guess I've heard people use the concept of organic and inorganic. And so to me, content, in the sense we might be using it, is the inorganic type that's manufactured or produced, as opposed to the organic type that just kind of happens, which is more what I go for around here. Unless the panelists themselves are doing bits that I don't know about, everything that I try to make happen here is organic. I try to just let things emerge naturally. So if two people are fighting here, I'm assuming they're really it seems like they're really irritated with each other, because that's so easy to do. People are so hair trigger. But it could be produced. They could be like coordinating it and laughing behind the scenes. You never know. Anytime you see a fight on this panelverse, just remember those two people could be talking in the back. We used to do that on AOL. Not me so much, but people, friends. And then I had one friend that we would create. We had like an entire sitcom. We created these characters. It was actually it was a whole cast of characters. We had different names. Crulette. I forgot what my name was. Mavis, maybe. And it was these girls that worked at the hot dog on a stick at the mall. And they were like, kind of like mean girls. And they gossiped about everybody. And their slogan, their like catchphrase was, "And you know we don't talk to her." And so we would like talk about this was gay drama, the gay chat rooms. And we would like talk about all the gay people, like all the gay drama, and who was in and who was out. And if somebody was out or out for that week or having drama for that week, or we wanted to like isolate them for that week, and it was all joking, like everybody was in on the bit. We would go in and make like say gossip about them, and then we'd say, and we don't talk to them. And so I've seen that kind of stuff done where we're coordinating behind the scenes on this fake drama, but it was fake characters. They had comedy names. The profiles were comedy profiles. They had fake pictures. Like everybody knew it was us doing a bit, and it was just for fun because it was like Vegas was weird because now that I think about it, I wonder if that's where I got my training on the Panelverse because Vegas, there's no drama like Vegas drama, and it's very similar. They talk about prison politics, and I know it is Vegas politics, like living in Vegas politics, but it seems very similar. And in the gay community in particular, which is high drama, so anytime you're around more than one gay person, sometimes even one gay person, the drama quotient is magnified by um, magnitudes. And this is how gay Vegas worked, gay Vegas politics. We had a chat room 24 hours a day that we all hung out in. But it was the same people that you'd see at the gay bars, at the house parties, at the gay events. So it was this constant, you'd see them online and you'd fight and have drama online, and then you'd see them in person. And then you'd have drama in person, and some of it was spilled over drama from online. And then that drama would carry back online. So it was this constant feedback loop. It was this flow from in person, online. It was a hybrid community. And so that was like a drama petri dish. That was like maximum, just ripe for all the maximum drama you could possibly ask for. It was more than a reality show. We kept saying that MTV should get cameras in these chat rooms and follow the real life drama. That it's more drama than you even see on their reality shows. It was a lot of drama. In fact, I pulled out of it. I remember at one point, me and Mike wasn't really into it. It was mostly my thing. Um, I unplugged from it. I stopped going to the chat rooms. We got a whole new friend circle. I stopped hanging out with the gays in person. I stopped going to the gay bars, and oh my God, did my life improve. That's when I met the hiking people, the camping people. They were people from all walks of life. Um, the gay drama world, it's very suffocating. It's very like insular and suffocating. It's its own little bubble. And to break out of that into like the larger world was so refreshing. And I never looked back. I never had that kind of drama since. He really does. At least Peacecott, Werecott, not so much, but I think Werecott has his value as well. It's Christ as bringer of peace and Christ with a sword, or Yahweh, the warrior God. Yeah, who knows? Like the luxury of being out of the Panelverse or being Panelverse adjacent, like just one toe in it, um, is that I don't have to I don't have to worry about all that really. Um, Trailer Trash Tammy. I don't even know who that is, but she sounds entertaining. Yeah, that's a whole genre where I come from. Who is that? What was her name? She's this white lady. She's like she does characters like, you know, Saturday Night Live or Mad TV. And she does the she's like a little hairdresser, and she's white, but she's kind of ghetto. Show can't tell. Show can't tell Brown, and she talks about like I sure can't tell that you need a new weave, and she's real sassy and she waves her comb around, and her slogan is "It's unbelievable. Come into my shop and uh, we have all kind of hairdos." And is that her, Chelsea Lynn? Wait, she's into mukbanging? Are we? Maybe we're not talking about the same person. Or did she? Is she? Did she do Trailer Tammy too? Anyway, I like her. She's really good in that genre. She does a lot of. It's this whole county. She created this whole fictional county, and she does characters from that county. And then I remember growing up, they had the gay guys that did the Greater Tuna series from Texas. It was these live stage plays that they put on videos. Let me look up Chelsea Lynn. Oh, I know who you're talking about. I think some friends showed me to her during COVID. Yeah. I wonder if I probably couldn't play some of her. Here, I'll put her channel. She's hilarious. Um, in fact, I'm gonna subscribe. Maybe she'll come on the show. Oh. And you know what? She's not even like a character to me because I know so many real people like that growing up that I don't like. If she's doing a character, there are real people exactly like her out there. Yeah, she really walks that line between how much is real. This is the I guess this is the age of the bit not bit. How much is real and how much is like where does the character end and the or where does the artist begin and end? I kind of like it as somebody into the arts and creativity. I kind of like this new theater. Um, I think it should come with a warning and a set of guidelines and like a you know how when you ride the roller coaster, if you're pregnant or if you have taken this medication or if you have this condition or epilepsy or any of that other stuff, like a whole list of warnings. I think the panel verse should come with that, or this art form should come with that for the unaware, the fragile and unaware. And maybe some like protective armor that you can rent. You know, like when you roller skate, don't they have knee pads and helmets and stuff? I don't know, I haven't roller skated since I was a kid. Probably Tony Basil or Olivia Newton-John's Physical or some ELO song was climbing up the charts in rotation. I never did. By the way, did I turn the link on? I can't believe I've monologued for this whole time. I never, because the coordination thing, it took me forever to learn how to ride a bike too and use a fork. But I never, you're supposed to skate like with two legs, two hands. I mean, what do you, feet? And I never did learn to do that. I still do like, I hoof it. I still do like the 1 foot and then you roll and then you do your foot and you roll. But real skating is 1 foot, then the other, 1 foot, then the other. And I never did work up to that level. I'm still at the 1 foot level. Oh, Laura Chick. Thank you. Thank you so much. This means a lot. I do live off of tips and donations. Um, much like drag queens, street performers. So thank you. In fact, when I lived in New Orleans, one time, I lived there a few times, but one of the times I lived there and I had to hustle something up, they have a lot of street performers in Jackson Square, and you could set up tables and read tarot cards or fortunes, and you could get a permit from the city, and I was seriously gonna do that. I was gonna start the process, get the permit, and go sit out with a table and read tarot cards for a living. And they work off of donation, and I think you can charge. I think you can like. I don't remember the legalities of it. If you can actually name a price, or if you could suggest a donation. I remember one time as a kid we went because we took a lot of field trips there. Like New Orleans was the place to go on field trips. Or maybe I was just with my family. Oh wow. Um wow. Thank you. This oh my god. Yeah. Hang on. Oh, I have thoughts. Okay, the honest discussions. This gets me more than anything else because that's what I have been trying to do forever, my whole life. Sometimes I've had to fight other people, friends, coworkers, supervisors, entire employment systems, places. And it's like finally the thing I've been trying to do my whole life that I knew, I believed in my heart was a good thing worth fighting for. It's like finally it pays, like finally I can do that thing I've been working so hard to do, and have it not only be a good thing instead of a nuisance, but actually get paid off of it. It blows my like it. It's probably like the first time a drag queen got paid for going out there and doing drag or street performing or whatever. I'm pinching myself that it's even happening. Why do YouTubers work for tips? Because no one will stop it. I can't believe I had to feature that. I didn't really, but I guess because it's you, not Loss. Thank you. Thank both of you. Oh Lord, this is what I wanted. This is the point I worked so hard to get to, and now that I'm here, and now that I see it actually happening for real, not a dream that I thought was possible. Um, the first thing it does, I know. The first thing it does is all these people that talk about the broken system and America and oppression, make a fucking YouTube channel, dude. Like, if you don't have at least $10, that's your own fault. Like the opportunity when they're talking about the American dream, and it's the YouTube dream. I guess anybody can do it. If you're not living the dream, it's because you're not making the dream happen. It's because you're not taking advantage of opportunities that are out there. And you can do anything with those opportunities. You can create content. You can produce. You can fake content. You can do your passion. You can do something like this. It is a blank canvas, and you can do your thing, and you can get paid for it now. So quit your whining, quit your bitching. Make something happen for yourself. Yes, pay the exorbitant amount of tax that YouTube's going to take out of it. I call it tax. It's their cut. Hey, Kane. Yes, but selfishly, I'm glad that you do because it's people like you. You showed us the motor. replacing the other day, did you get it done? It's people like you, to me, that keep the country going more than anything else. And so, um, yeah, I guess I want everybody to make a channel and do their thing and be their like be themselves. But at the same time, I know if everybody did it, what we'd be losing in the process. That's one of the things I think that's I talk about the wokeness and the DEI, and that is the main thing that shifted me from the left at George Floyd. But the other thing, and it's been happening even before that, and it's one of the reasons Trump won in the first place, was the shift away from the working class. Because in my day, the Democrat, we had Roseanne, Tim the Tool Man, Married with Children, like all these working class sitcoms, working class TV shows. The left, the working class was part of their base, their constituents, and just like with they did the same thing with the gays on a different on a different level, but it became the party of like men, like energetic men, white men, toxic men. Uh, to me, about the time the working class started to get demonized was about the time men started to get more demonized too, or stigmatized. There was like some kind of intersection. And that was never part of my plan, part of my agenda. I grew up working class. My family's working class. Abandoning the working class was never part of my gay rights or gay agenda. And when I saw my party start to do that, the working class became the new gay. That became the new group that was being marginalized and targeted. What? Not laws? Are you troll? Are you fucking with me? Or did this really happen? Because I want to hear the story. Um, the good thing about this, Kane, that I've discovered is you can do it. This started as a hobby channel. I wasn't even intended to be monetized. You can start it at whatever level you have the energy to put. You could do it like on the weekends, once a day or a few hours, and starting it is at least you've started it. Like starting it is better than not starting it. It's something you can always. It's like a garden. You can put as much into it, grow it as big as you want at your own pace. Um, but at least it's an option. At least it's something out there. Let's see. Refocusing. Oh, good, Moose. Well, I hope you don't think I'm one of those people because whatever the big shift lately is with people, I want whoever out there to know that my part of it was genuine. Like, I don't know how to do anything but make genuine connections with people. And growing up, like my friendships back home, um, I mean, there are some that have been casualties to drama, but for the most part, they're still there. Like I'm used to making lifelong friendships, and so my part of all of it for you and everybody else, anybody else, um, I'm not sophisticated enough to pull off a fake friendship for that long. It's just easier for me to have a real one. So this really did happen. Oh, did you tell not Laz next time that happens? Tell her you should check out this Gen X Jeff guy. He'll explain it to you. Here's his channel. Um, that's so funny you were saying that because I do all my own grocery shopping and I walk to the grocery store. At the nearest one is like under a mile, just under a mile. But then when I'm there, I realize that I'm one of the few men actually in my demographic. Now that we have demographics these days, so white, male, whatever, we're shopping. Most of the grocery shoppers are not single white men my age. Yeah, I like seeing men anywhere. Um, that we need to talk because yeah, hit me up when you have a moment. And that is a line for me. That's always been a line for me. That was a line for me when it happened to Chuck. They used to do it to Chris. People's offline life to me is offline, off limits. And so if that's involved, that's that's going to activate my warrior, not laws. Did you just try to clown me? I think I actually did get clowned because I fell for it. Well, seriously, if it does happen, I know this is you taking the piss or whatever y'all call it in Canada, but give her my channel. If you meet some Karens, they need to see this. They need to know. Well, before you do that, Kane, StreamYard just changed owners and their prices are skyrocketing. And I'm looking for an alternative myself. And I just downloaded Streamlabs and I'm gonna if as soon as I find someone to test that, um, you might want to reconsider StreamYard. There might be cheaper options. Oh, well, likewise, I'm sure. All right. Well, I hope you don't. I'm that's not what I'm about. I don't come from that generation. And and for anyone else, I'm not saying you thought that, but if anybody else did think that. And yeah, we should definitely catch up and compare some notes cuz there may be things afoot. I'm not sure. That's true. I pay monthly, so I get it for I have a month to decide if I want to get charged the new price. But um, it's just easier to do monthly right now. And at some point, at some point, my plan is to upgrade everything, upgrade the services, the plans, the equipment, the production values. Um, I guess like Monopoly, you start out with the house. First, you have to collect all the colors, and then you get to put a house. And I feel like I'm at the all the colors thing, and I'm in the process of like putting my first house, and then you upgrade to the hotel, etc. So it's like a growth process, and I kind of like it. At least it's more successful than the sea monkeys were as a kid. Yeah, like if you take that's I think that's another thing I want to say, and I think that's healthy. This is the long game for me. So I don't have to worry about each little spike or trend or curve or even like create in the moment drama. I'm really creating more of a long term experience or community or project or so whatever this is. I'm really looking long term. So I have to put the moment to moment stuff in perspective. And if you take that long term approach, start out as a hobby, start out as an experiment, test. You'll eventually find your audience. You'll find your panelist, your little core group, and it's gonna kind of have its own. It's organic. It's gonna have its own life. Take its own life from there. Yes, I've been trying to. This is what I'm learning. Men are dysfunctional, and we have been for generations. If we didn't have another man to daddy us, into how to be a modern man, and even that's changing. We're lost. And we can try to do it for each other to an extent. That's part of what I'm trying to do. Take the little bit I've learned to do for myself that I've gotten from other people and offer it, and maybe it'll help some other man. But we're dysfunctional as fuck if we didn't get that in a healthy way. And trying to give it to ourselves is noble, it's admirable, it's better than not doing it, but it's blind leading the blind too. Um, but still, I'm committed. I've been doing this work for years. I love it. I've it's the best work I've ever done. I don't intend to do anything else, and I'm committed to the mission. I'm just looking for the others. And at the same time, I'm trying to carve out a space in it for the men that don't exactly fit the traditional boxes either, like the Spurgs, the misfits, and women. Thank you, not laws, and women, because in my background, the men really were not the issue. Um, Cajun men in general are pretty laid back. It tends to be more matriarchal. The the women ran everything. They kind of defined the culture. They made the plans. They decided. The men brought home the paycheck, and the women decided how it was going to be spent and what the social life was going to be. And so the men were real passive and kind of took a back seat. But my stepdad came from a slightly different background, and but I wouldn't say he was abusive, crazy, authoritarian. But he was probably the closest taste to that I got, and I'd still say that he tried very hard to be a good father figure and to play that role. Um,
What's up? What's up,
hey,
Jeff?
good morning.
Morning, man. Got my coffee going. Took a shower. Got my coffee going.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're here. Then, do you think you can keep it going for a minute or so while I get me another cup? And
Sure. I kind of heard some of the stuff you're saying. I'll touch on it real quick.
oh, okay, yeah. Just give your thoughts, and I'll come
Sure.
back in
So, I
just
mean,
a sec.
basically, Jeff, you're basically saying, and a lot of people will say the same thing. How do I figure out this crazy thing called a YouTube channel? And there are people that do different themes or different platforms. And it's kind of nice. Like, the reason why I came to Jeff's channel is because we can light troll each other, light troll, but we're not looking to harm each other or go real life or go into like really derogatory stuff. The biggest problem is that if you're a reactionary like me, if someone starts with like if people come on that I've had problems in the past before, you do not see me picking with them. I don't pick with them. I'll even just sit there and I'll chime in, but they wait for they'll sit nicely and then they'll do little quips and little attacks on you because they want to create chaos. And it's kind of unfair to the panel host because you're kind of derailing what he's trying to do. And there have been nights where it's just conversation and it's pleasant and it's fun and we're asking each other questions. But they are different, as they would call, sectors. That's what they call this, the sectors. You got the drama and you got the educational, then you got the more counseling based, and then you have different kinds of but the one thing I found, and the biggest mistake that I made, is I came on YouTube about 2.5 years ago to a drama channel, and I didn't know anything about YouTube, and I'm like, whoa, this is kind of crazy, but it's kind of fun at the same time, but it's exhausting, and people chase me around because I left that drama sector. I don't want to be a part of those channels anymore. So I come on Jeff's. I go on another large channel that he talks about politics and family and race issues. So it's kind of nice. It's it gets heated. People argue, but they're arguing to educate each other, and that's the difference. You can argue with somebody, you can disagree with somebody, as long as you're picking something up from each other. Then I don't know if something called a good argument, or maybe let's call it a debate. I guess a debate is better way to explain two people yelling at each other, but they are picking up little tidbits of information at the same time. So it is educational. And the one thing that I have a hard time with is people they'll dedicate their entire day and night to just ripping somebody apart. But if you dissect them and their life, they shouldn't be talking about anybody, you know? So I don't know if you heard me, Jeff, just kind of breaking down the different sectors, you know, the drama sector, the educational sector, the politics, you know, and stuff like that. But
Oh,
yeah,
that might be helpful.
I don't know if you heard me, but I said that when I first started on YouTube, I don't mean to repeat myself, when I first started on YouTube, I started on a very, very heavy drama channel. It went
How
drama,
when
drama,
how
drama,
long
drama,
ago
drama.
was that? How many years you been doing this?
I haven't been on that channel almost over a year, over a year. So I left, that, and I pop in once in a while on some of the other ones, but never like dedicating an entire night to just bitching and moaning. And it was organized chaos. And being a newbie, I didn't understand the parameters of it. And the one thing I could say, we're not going to say names because I don't want to stir up the hornet's nest. It's not normal for somebody to dedicate their entire YouTube existence to chasing somebody who has said something subjective 2 years ago. That's not healthy. I mean, it's just not healthy. And that's why when people come up here, because you let people up and stuff like that, and they're following me around. They're following me around, and it's fine. It brings people to the channel. But if you notice, I sit quietly. I don't start attacking somebody unless they come at me. And I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to be less reactionary. You know, not let it. You know,
I've
and you
noticed
won't.
you're doing a great job. You really
That's
are.
one thing you taught me is the ease of the conversation, because you know me, I can fly off the handle. And you said this: is it really an act, or is it really them? And the best way to explain it is most normal people have a little of both. They will have a little fun, but then they'll stop and they'll engage you respectfully. But there are people that will come up that can't do that. They can't flip the switch. It has to be anger, negativity. You said this 2 years ago. You're fat. You know, I'm not fat. You know, you're fat. You're ugly.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
low. When people start
Yeah.
that stuff, like
Yeah.
when they have to go low, like playground insults, then I know
Jeff,
that they don't have any substance at that point.
they take my pictures and they alter them. They make me they alter my body. It's like, what are you doing? I mean, why are you looking at me so close? You're like, what's going on? I was
The
like,
life of
what?
a lol cow.
Yeah, no, not at all. I've moved away from that. Actually, they're the locals. They're the obsessed psychopaths
Well,
that can't move on. They can't move on with their life. You got to move on, Jeff. If someone said something to you,
we are in a mental health crisis,
I
supposedly.
know, but if someone said something to you 6 months ago, let's just say 6 months, and you're like, you know what, whatever, just let it go, right? And imagine someone saying something 2 years ago, and they're still it's like so important. But
People
it's
do that
not.
with me. Like
I know, but
one
it's
little thing will burn into their memory like years
well,
later.
apparently now I'm gay. They're saying, and they're going to clip that and move that around because I wore a pink shirt.
Well, I've
Yeah, yeah,
already
yeah.
cleared you of that. I do not,
No,
as a gay with pretty excellent gaydar.
yeah,
Um, I
yeah.
don't. He's not setting off. I don't. I'm not getting a read at all.
And
Nothing's
if I
getting set off.
was, and if I was, I'd live my best life, and that's the
Right.
difference between me. And I'm not of that orientation, but I'm also not scared of anybody that is. I'm not scared. I'm not nervous. I'm not intimidated. Like I feel just as comfortable talking to you as I would, you know, some dude in the gym going, "Yeah, look at my biceps," you know, like an alpha male. That's what I'm trying to say. But I feel more comfortable talking to someone like yourself that has understanding and doesn't just yell and scream at everybody. Because that's not what I want to be a part of. I don't want to be part of somebody that's just going to yell and demean you 24 hours a day. They can have
Yeah.
their
Well,
little,
hopefully there's like I'm trying to make a space where people
yeah,
can't do that, and hopefully other people will
yeah,
start like because there is. And someone mentioned Glenn Lawrence earlier, and I did notice that I don't watch Glenn that closely, although I
yeah.
do. I think our we're kind of aligned in content, but I did notice he's having some drama lately. I don't know what it is, but
Mm.
he's been doing some drama streams.
It's yeah, and a lot of and you don't know if it's an act or not. You know, all right. I'll give you an example. This channel that I was on, it was drama, 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 right? And they would infight with each other. They would. I could not understand how the host, the runner of the channel, would have people come on and they'll just start ripping each other apart. They'll rip each other apart, like horrible stuff. And they're back the next day and they're friends again. Oh, I forgave her. It's all water under the bridge.
Because I
And
think
it's,
some of it's content. I really do.
so I eavesdropped on a backstage conversation on that channel. And they're like, yeah, that was good, man. That was really good. Let's ramp it up again tomorrow. You know,
They
and
do.
and Saul, all right, I'm gonna attack you tomorrow. You're gonna attack me back, and you're gonna get mad at the girl. And it's like, and they don't know I'm listening. They don't know I'm sitting there. Because if you hit StreamYard right as they're closing, you'll pop backstage. And but they were scheming their next fake fight. It's just like Maury or Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
It's the
Yes.
same thing.
Yes.
It's all it
Without the
is.
security.
Yeah,
Yes. And
that's it.
or they'll take an actual like some little minor something, and then they'll take it and run with it and inflame it into. So it's
Yeah,
sometimes they'll manufacture, but sometimes they'll take an existing little point of tension and work it into a bit.
yeah. And I'm just going to kind of forewarn you, and I'm not dropping names or anything like that. I do observe other channels sometimes, like in the bushes, like you and the other guy that was talking about. I go on their channels, um, but I've limited myself to maybe 2 to 3 channels. That's it, 2 to 3 channels. Um, but there are people that come up here and act nice to you that are slamming you on other channels. I'm just giving you a
Oh,
heads up.
really?
Yeah,
Why
really,
would like if it's all out in the open? Why would someone w- want to
because
be
you're
seen like being that two-faced in public?
people will come up just to get at me. They will. They come up to talk to you too, but they're really their main objective is to get at me because they can't
Yeah.
affect me. They can't do anything to me. And I'm not saying I'm not a Superman or I'm important. It's just that I'm able to get under people's skin a way like no one else can, and I do it
Well,
because
yeah, and I think some of that, like I don't
yeah,
have any problem believing that you've instigated some of this, that
yeah,
you've
of course,
thrown out
of course,
comments and,
yeah. But you
but
have to
like you
understand
said,
that.
it's the proportion of the reaction.
Yes, you got it. But I left all that behind. I don't want that drama anymore. It's not good for you. It's not good. I like when I log off and I feel good. I feel good. I hate logging off and you're angry. Well, that person said this about me, or that's not true. And I'll tell you something, Jeff. They make up bold lies about people, just outright lies, and people just go along with it. It's like a politician. Oh yeah, this, and this. It must be true because he's saying it or she's saying it, and they don't. And then when you disprove them, then they just start attacking again. So the whole moral of my rambling is that it is very difficult to figure out how you're going to decipher through all this crazy panelverse, and that's what I think you're trying to figure out right now. Is all right, you know, who do I have on? Who do I not have on? Do I want this topic? Do I want to stay away from that topic? So it's you know, it's like being a teacher, if that makes sense. You know,
It is very
you know,
much like
do
trying
I
to
put
manage
this?
a
Yeah.
classroom.
Do I put this person in timeout? Do I send this person to suspension? Do I want this person maybe to transfer to another teacher, in other words, get them away from me? So you have to mitigate, kind of going through,
Yes, I
exactly
have
what's
to be
going
the
through.
teacher, the
Yeah,
principal, the dean, and the special ed teacher, all in
that's
one
it.
role.
That's it. Like right now, this is really me. I'm not trolling. This is not an act. If you saw me in person, we hung out. I sound just like this. I act just like this. A very level-headed person, but unfortunately, I have the proclivity to get a little riled up sometimes, and that's
Uh,
either it's the Italian in me, or it's just the way I grew up, or I don't like being disrespected. I have to take things with a grain of salt better, and I see that about myself. I do. At least I can admit the fact that I need to tone it down.
I think for the
Yeah,
most part you do. A lot of times I see you
yeah,
do. So I have to
yeah.
stop.
That's it.
Kane, well, you're in luck because that is exactly what I like to discuss too. And those
Yeah.
conversations get prioritized here. If there's ever any drama,
Yes.
it's going to get bumped for this
Yeah.
kind of stuff. And if it doesn't, just let me know.
But Jeff, it is funny sometimes, like me and like Tommy D, or like even was Remember and Hank. Like, remember we were joking with each other, we were trolling each other, but it wasn't out of hand. It wasn't, I'll K word you or F you. It wasn't. We're just laughing, having fun. It's a bunch of guys just having fun, laughing. And that's the kind of trolling that I like. it's just messing with each other, but we're not going overboard.
Some of
That
it's Gen X. Like I'm starting to realize that I don't think people that are not Gen X
yeah,
get Gen
don't
X
get
and how
you don't
we
get
grew. Like it.
it because we were raised differently. Jeff, when I grew up, we had an Atari, and then the big thing is when we got a Nintendo. Nintendo was like the game changer. But like, I had an Atari 2600, and it was so boring. I mean, Pitfall. I
I
loved
loved
Pitfall.
it. Oh my god,
Did
that
you like
was.
Pitfall? Pitfall was the
I was in the
best.
Pitfall Club.
Oh my god,
I
man, I
still have
love
my
Pitfall.
photo that I sent in to
You
get
gotta
my
jump over the
swag.
scorpion and the tails coming
The
out.
snakes and the
Yeah,
alligators, you
yeah.
had to jump on their little heads, and the
Hmm.
ropes
Yeah,
and the scorpions. Yes.
yeah. I'd sit there and play Pitfall for hours. That was my game. Um, but the simplicity of the game system. But now, what I'm trying to allude to is that these new generations, dude, these video games are like being in the freaking tank. Like you in the shooter
I was
games.
thinking about that the other day, that all this conspiracy theory and the system and the matrix and don't trust the government. If that's like a video game way of thinking, because video games are designed like you don't have control, you're at the mercy of a pre-designed experience, and you either win
Mhm.
it and figure it out, or it defeats you. And I
Yeah.
wonder if like that way of thinking is so prevalent today because it's like an existential projection of so many people's experience of playing a video game, because that's exactly how video games work, not our government but video games.
And even to this day, and I'm sure you've heard this in the past, video games and the internet were very blasé when we were young. We didn't have internet when I was young, but when it finally came around, it was very blasé. And then there was a
The
second internet.
first video games were text, like they weren't even graphic. You'd play, they describe what happened and you type what you did, and they
Yeah,
say what happened next. It was narrative.
yeah. And the government, Department of Defense, always had those really good video games for the soldiers. They train with the tank simulator and then the
Like
flight simulators. They were
Atari
trained with
Combat.
video games. Yeah. And then little by little, these games now, like these 2 person shooter games, and like the when you're flying the planes and do the tank, this stuff is so realistic. You feel like you're almost in the game. And then you got the VR, right? Then you got the VR now. My
Oh
son's got the
yeah.
VR. It's like
I've tried VR.
it's like you're inside of the TV, and it's trippy stuff. But Jeff, let me ask you a question. The most the most popular thing for a long time now is the shooter games. Where they're running around just K-wording people in the game.
Yeah.
Do you think it's become so prevalent and so normalized in people's heads, it's desensitizing these young kids to go out and do it real life?
I wonder about that. I mean the rate of kids doing that doesn't seem to have increased much. I'm not sure. Like I put Columbine as kind of the beginning of all
Yeah.
that. There still seems to only be a few here and there that
Well,
happen
think about well,
occasionally.
Jeff. So I'm sorry, Coach. I have a lag, so I'm not trying to overtalk you. It takes me a couple seconds to hear you. I'll wait. Just let me know when you.
Oh no, that's all I'm saying. Like I wonder about that. It seems like that potential is there, but when I look at the actual number of incidents, they don't seem to really be increased. But I don't know what the data is. Just subjectively, from the amount of
Yeah.
incidents I'm aware of, they don't seem to be going up that much.
So how do I say this? I think this is just my opinion only, allegedly, that I would say 95% of school shootings is a couple things wrapped in one. It's bullying. They're being bullied. Something wrong with their mental health where they're not asking for help. They're not reaching out to ask for help.
That's number
And
one.
3, access to guns and all of these shooting games. It's just only my theory that when these kids get so enthralled in these shooting games, I just think possibly they lose empathy for pulling the trigger. It's like in their mind they feel like they're playing the game. Like it's all a game. They don't realize this is real life. It's not a game. And the biggest problem is this: there are parents that are removed. In other words, there are parents that have to work 2 jobs. There are parents that have mental illness themselves. But I can say this: no child should ever have access to a gun, without the parent being there. I've had guns before my sons were born. My son was born. I've always had guns, and I've always had a safe, always. And he was not allowed to touch my guns. And he couldn't. He's not a safe cracker. He can't get into the safe. Um, but they were never not locked up. And if I was to give, and I bought my son a gun when he turned 21. He was 21 years old, and I bought him a gun. It was my gift to him. But he was 21 years old. But I don't think you should gift your 14 or 15-year-old a gun and then not lock it up. If you want to gift it to him, all right, son, so when we go to the range, you can use yours, I'll use mine. But you have to give it back to me and then lock it up. You cannot trust a teenager with a deadly weapon. You can't.
I think the problem with school shootings is the school shooter. But
Yep.
like growing up, most of the teenagers, or not most, but a lot of the teenagers I knew growing up had hunting rifles and hunting cabinets, and we did, and my brothers had hunting rifles, and they were all responsible. They were taught how to handle a gun, and none of them were shooting up. So I don't know if I would still want parents to be able to give their teenagers hunting rifles because it was normal in my culture, and it seemed a net positive that there didn't seem to be too much negative coming. So I wouldn't want the fact that there's a few school shooters
So
to
what is the
stop
$1 million?
everybody else from having to end their hunting traditions.
So the $1 million question is, what changed mentally? Why do they think it's okay? And I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. If it's just the influx of the internet, or or violent movies, or I don't know. I
Well,
can tell
it's
you
so
this.
few people. It's
Sure.
it's isolated individuals with mental health
Yeah.
issues that are
Yeah.
not getting any kind of treatment from what I could see from the
Yeah.
stories. Their home environment is reinforcing whatever the issues are. It's not helping them.
Yeah. And
And
everybody's had
they,
a
they
family
have
member.
they have poor to no coping skills.
Yeah.
It's just a volcano ready to erupt.
Yeah. And it's being a parent is the most beautiful thing in the world and the scariest thing in the world, because now you're responsible for what you created. Um, and it's a difficult balance. And I'm very lucky that my son came out. He's a great man. He's 24 years old. He's a great man. And I'm very happy. But I was on him as in every single day, checking on him every single day. And anything
I
that he
bet.
needed to talk about, we would talk about. I was a very hands-on father, but I wasn't overbearing. It was always, I love you, man. What's going on? What's up? You want to talk about
Eating
it?
boogers is not a mental illness. Like I'm sure every one of us has eaten a
I don't eat
booger at
boogers.
some
That
point.
picture of me with my finger in my nose, that's actually Photoshop. That's not even real. I was
Oh.
going like this. I was going like this,
Like,
and they
and
made it.
you could probably find anybody. You could probably find Talcott eating a booger. You could find.
No, look, no. Check it
Uh,
out, Jeff. You see, my hands are really hairy and they're really big. I have big, hairy hands, and
that
the
means the
picture is a
booger. It'll
small
stick.
hand
Stick.
and a little smooth finger. It's all right. It's okay.
Hey, Lanza,
Yeah.
what's up?
Hey, Proby, why don't you come up and talk, man? Instead of hiding behind a fake avatar, come up and talk. We're having a conversation, and I'm
A
being
fake
friendly, Jeff.
avatar. That's not real, Proby.
Now,
Hey,
I
Prairie.
know what he looks like. Right? He had a cam slip one time. I know what he looks
I ate a booger.
Hello.
like. Hey, what's
Maybe,
up, man? What's
probably.
going
I'm
on?
sure. I've been doing this for years. There's
Booger
probably
talk.
a booger or two in there.
Hello, hello, mic check, mic check.
All right, what do you
What's up?
have
What's
here?
up? My check
Is,
1 2.
is it good? Good.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Is this something you found?
Oh yeah, that's a that's a stone tool.
Oh, cool.
Did you make it or you found it?
No, I found it. I don't know. I just got interested in the area that I live. Right, it stayed pretty rural, right, or royal. If I use my impediment, but like,
Your
you know what I mean?
impediment.
Yeah,
You have the option.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think
We're,
it's like Native American or something like that? Do you think it's like legit or just a broken stone?
oh, I I mean, it's a tool because I
Okay.
realized there's actually like many ways to hold this particular it's made for a hand to hold in particular areas that provide different whatever. I mean, just here I'll choose a different photo. I think if I can, unless it tries to make me sign. There's angles to this, so it's about 4 inches long. It's about, and you can tell it's cut. Plus, it's all in Native American areas. But yeah, like, does that answer your question?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty cool, man. In the Eastern Shore, lands at Eastern Shore, Virginia, which is going up towards Maryland. A lot of the cities or towns, as you would say, they're all Indian names. And apparently, way back then, there was a lot of Indian population in the Eastern Shore going up towards Maryland, Chesapeake Bay area, and they still to this day.
Adena were big. Adena were big. Hopewell were big. I believe there might have been some Iroquois.
I think it was Onacoke or something like that, or that's another one out in the Eastern Shore. But to this day, when they will demolish or make a new house on some of because there's old houses out in the Eastern Shore.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going right down what I was going to say. Exactly. Go, please.
They'll find arrowheads. They'll find pottery, buried deep.
Bro. That's what my channel's going to be about. Because, like I said, where I started was, and like what you brought us to was where I was actually going to go, dude. I swear to God. Is I noticed my area became more developed. It was becoming more developed. My rural area was becoming more developed, and I was becoming more interested in topography and in like whatever the United States Geological Survey, to kind of see like how waterways work and shit. I don't know. I was just like, doing personal research to see like about like water tables, like about could I drill a well, just like freaking tons of ponderances like we all have, I guess, or at least maybe it's just me,
I have them too.
It led me to it led me to a metal detecting to metal detecting.
Yeah.
You see, I can't even make this up.
People find gold and silver coins on the beach. They find jewelry.
Bro, and not just the beach. It's in fields and stuff. Like and so.
In fact, Fun with Dirt has a whole channel. Let me drop it.
So like I could break it down. I'm trying to break it down as easily as possible, but the area that I live in has been mostly highly chosen to be commercialized or whatever. Like the highway is not right there, and it's not business like central. So like now business central is down the street, but like we're not. So like the area is pretty much untouched, and there's a lot of like what they call earthworks, like
mounds and stuff.
Like there's a lot of like metro parks, and there's a lot of golf courses, and then I found out that like a lot of golf courses actually like in the past were like probably could have been Indian burial mounds. But anyway, that's all that bullshit that is truth leads to me finding a website that shows. I was led to this website by this archaeologist from the Cleveland Museum History of Archaeology or whatever the fuck. He's like the #1 guy, and he's just like a guy like you and he puts a video together. It's about 20 minutes long. He's a guy like you or me, except he knows like exactly kind of what he's talking about more than I do. And he just goes like, we're still finding ancient shit here, like by these and he goes, I'll tell you how you do it. You go to these fucking find them through these aerial videos, these aerial websites that have the oldest aerial maps. And then because of the metal detecting, I found out that you can current Google overlay the area from the oldest aerial map on top of current Googles, and you can fade in and out, and you can see what was what, and who owned what land, what back when. So what you see on my avatar is one of my customers uh, on some of the least touched land in the city for at least since 1800. I know for a fact it has not been touched. I thought, okay, let me bring the metal detector. Who can, because what I don't know what's under the ground. Nobody knows. Maybe there's a bag of gold or something. But like, yeah, I'm looking for gold for sure. But like, I'm also studied on the archaeology and the stone tools that date, like Mike was saying, like in that area type, they date anywhere from 2,000 to 14,000 years old, according to the Natural History Museum of Cleveland and Cincinnati, which are the only two institutions who provide the specific service in the state. And bro, I'm not even kidding you. Based off just my hunches and my like of topographics and like being aware of mounds, like Indian mounds, and being aware of these. And I like literally like live next to a metro park and shit. So I'm like, and I learned that Indians typically, they would, or natives, they would typically meet where two rivers would meet. So keeping that in mind, based off of all this shit I tried to tell you guys, I picked one area, and the very first area I picked, I found multiple stone tools that are clearly stone tools from these untouched areas. So yeah, that's what it is.
No doubt.
Cool. Well, Sabotage. I did hear this. It's gonna have the original cast. I can't. This shouldn't be happening. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing.
What? I missed the comment. What was it?
They're bringing back the good. They're doing a sequel to the Goonies with the original cast.
Yeah. Oh, I heard through the grapevine. Yeah. Through the guy. I don't know, man. I mean, the first
I
one's such a
know. I'm the
classic.
same way. They
You
ruined
know,
Twin
man.
Peaks and all the other shows they try to bring
Yeah.
back 50
Just
years later.
leave a classic alone. It's like an epic
Leave a
classic
classic
movie.
alone.
And there are some movies that, like, the original Star Wars, okay, but the next couple were basically just telling the rest of the story. Those were cool. But then after, like, the other ones, like, all right, kind of like going beat a dead horse here, so I don't know. But yeah, if you have a
Lanza, you can
single
come
movie,
back.
yeah,
Sorry.
if you have a single movie that is like
I
basically
liked it.
themes your childhood, don't remake it. Just leave it alone. You know,
Yeah.
I'll give you another one. Beetlejuice. I love Beetlejuice. The
Yeah,
movie.
they're doing with the same people. You're
And
right. Maybe that's the
everybody's saying,
trend. Remake old movies with the
yeah,
same cast.
it looks stupid. It doesn't even look cool. It looks silly. But hey, to each his own. People like remakes. Say another one. Now people say they liked it. I didn't like it. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I
The
didn't even see the
original is
first one. I don't think.
the original is
Is that
unfreaking
Willy
believable.
Wonka
Willy
or is
Wonka.
that
Yep.
something else?
Willy Wonka and
With Gene
Chocolate Factory.
Wilder?
Yes, Gene Wilder.
Yeah,
What did I
okay.
say?
Yeah, no, I
Something like
haven't
that.
seen any of the remake. I had no interest in seeing any of the
Yeah.
remakes. I want
The
my
remaker didn't
original
make it.
Charlie.
I'm a big Johnny Depp fan, but I didn't like him as Willy Wonka. I just didn't like it. I But like I said, people like it, people don't like it. I just think that if there's a movie that is just so unbelievable, they should just leave it as a classic and just leave it alone. I stand corrected on The Godfather though. The Godfather 2 was, I think, better than 1, but 3 was garbage, terrible. You know, but yeah. So it's hit and miss. I think when it comes to movies. Are you a big movie guy?
Not lately.
You like more of like the series, right? Like a
Yeah, I
Survivor
think
or
I'm more
a
into long form
Yeah.
storytelling. It's hard for me to watch a 2-hour movie because it's too short.
Well, let me ask you this: Do
Is
you
that
binge
in the
watch?
back? Can you? I think I know who it is.
Yeah.
Just get a little verification. All right, we got our friend back. Is that a new one? Yeah, it is. Or is that the same one? That does look like
Well,
a
I
tool.
mean, does nature make that, or does it look like it fits in your hand and you can use it to maybe take bark off of wood? You could
I don't
even turn
know.
it around, use it as a hammer.
It could go either way. I could see nature doing it are
Looks like it
what
almost
we
could have been a whipping. Looks
are
like it could have been a
human
whipping.
nature.
Bro, look at the lines in it. Look at the
Yeah.
lines. Look real close. And here's the thing you don't see. See where that little finger sticking out on the left?
Your
You guys
finger?
are yeah.
Yeah.
You guys aren't understanding how smooth and how curved and how sharp that bottom piece is from this angle. Like, and then look at these lines, bro. Like, okay, yeah, that's a natural stone. God made that. Where your thumb fits perfectly where that other, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Did
I'm
you
sorry,
show it to the archaeologist?
dude. Listen, like, here's the thing. There's so many videos on this. Okay, I'm gonna link all of them so that people can understand, because I didn't realize, like, in the area that I live, the quantity of this type of information and these type of stones and stuff and nature and history are much more abundant to the eye once you're I guess you're trained to see it, I guess. But like, you easily, dude, there's like a 15-minute video where this dude goes like, these are the types of tools, but I'm actually finding stuff that like hasn't been really shown, that he hasn't shown yet. But
That does sound cool.
Yeah.
yeah, dude, maybe I could be like, come like an honorary anthropologist or something. Isn't that what that is?
Yeah, who knows? You'll at least find a community of people with the same interest, and from
Yeah,
there
definitely.
you could.
Plus, I'm bringing a metal detector, and I'm gonna hopefully find gold. You know.
Yeah.
I never found gold. I never found gold, but I'd find like ornate jewelry at the beach. Like we would do it all across the beach, and we'd find stuff in the sand. But I never like. There are stories of people finding big rings and watches and shit like that.
This is
I
massive.
remember we went to
bro.
Colorado on a vacation growing up, and there was some place you could pan for gold. They gave you these little
Yeah.
pans, and you went to this river.
I
you
studied
stuck
that
it
a
in the
little
water. We didn't find anything, but
Bro,
I remember
listen,
doing it.
I hear that because I actually studied that, like, very briefly. I wanted to know, like, hey, like, could I fucking find gold? You know what I mean? Like,
Where's the gold?
who's
Where
never
can I
wondered
find
that, right?
gold?
Like, I was just one day, I'm like, and I was like, I live next to these like parks. I was like, maybe there's some there. And I was like, and then I had to go learn about how the currents work or something, and then that will deposit. And then I was like, yeah, but I literally considered becoming like a gold panner, like, for real. Like, I was like,
That's a job.
Dude, don't you know that?
I don't. Do they? I mean, at one time I knew they had them. Do they still? I thought they'd have machines.
That's
for
what I'm
that back.
saying. Is like, it's like, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to say you're making it sound like I'm beating a dead horse by trying to gold pan or whatever.
No, not at all. I've panned too before. That cool background. I love it.
Oh,
Welcome.
Right on. What's up?
Zach's background is insulting to me.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, man. Oh, Jeff, I saw that. I guess they downgraded the hurricane in Louisiana. They downgraded.
Yeah, I think it made landfall and it moved us because it slow once it hits land, it starts to slow down,
So
loses
luckily, it
momentum.
wasn't as bad as they thought it could possibly be. You
Yeah.
know?
So far from what I've seen, it's typical hurricane, like standard hurricane aftermath.
So
Is it? I didn't check. Is it still moving, or is it died out? So or back to sea or whatever?
Yeah, what is going on? Because I never checked this out. This is something I never see. So this is interesting. Remember when I taught you about the what do you call it, wood, Jeff, from the Bible? Remember when I taught you about how it came from Louisiana and shit? And you were
Wait,
like,
what was the name of that wood again?
Oh God, it's
Started to see. But it really didn't. It was a.
It really didn't, though. You said.
Yeah.
That's what you said. Yeah. But I was making you whatever. You guys were impressed that like I was even close to anything near a fact. That's what made me laugh.
Hey,
Up, guys?
Cade, what's up?
Oh, yo, it's the
Life
third
energy.
or second handler. Let's go.
That's it.
Jeff, are you familiar with Theseus's boat?
With who?
Theseus's boat?
You're coming in really low for some reason. Let me check your
Who, me?
settings.
I'll be back. 2 minutes, Jake. We'll get some coffee. I'll be back.
What did I
Okay.
do?
I like them. That'd
What's
be
up?
freaking.
Just worked a 10-hour shift, low energy.
Oh, I thought you were about to go in.
Nah, I just got home a couple
Oh,
hours
okay.
ago. A few hours ago. I'm getting ready to crash here in about a couple hour or two.
Oh, okay. You do overnight?
Yeah, I work third shift.
Ooh,
Uh, that's
no,
hard. That's rough.
it's definitely tougher.
I mean, it's the least amount of drama.
Oh,
Well, everyone's different, but for me, it was tough. I only did it for like a year and a half. But
Yeah,
I
it
remember,
took me a couple weeks, but I got used to it.
oh, I know, I was dude. I think my supervisors would let me fall asleep. They would, because it would be like, you know, 4 in the morning, and I'm supposed to work till 6, but like I wasn't used to the schedule for the first like 2 weeks. So I would just, I'm like, yo, I'm really tired. I'm just gonna go to sleep. They'd be like, okay.
Hell yeah, I've had a couple jobs like that.
what job were you doing, Lanza?
I was doing payment processing.
Oh, overnight.
Yeah,
Oh.
for like an energy company.
Like data entry.
No, we would make like the customers who send in their mail to pay their bill or whatever. We would process all of those payments.
Right.
So we technically we were like really like the job was barely like I guess commendable in terms of like heroic terms or whatever, or fun terms even. But apparently, we were the ones who made sure the company literally got its money. So,
Is
you
this
know, and then we worked with the post office.
What do you do now?
What do I do now?
Mm-hmm.
Who's this? That was the guy who was claimed to be a cop in this cat. Okay. What do I do? What do I do now? I am a family man, and
What does that mean?
I mean it means that I pretty much take care of people,
No
Oh,
cockroaches here. I don't know what you're talking about.
and also for work, metal fabrication.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you know anything about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of metal fabrication at work.
Do you?
Yeah, I weld,
Yeah, exactly.
run a milling machine. Mess with a lathe a little bit, but I'm still learning it. A little
See,
scared
like
of the lathe.
dude, I never mess with like lathes. We used to just like see it, CNC. Well, we CNC cut like
look at all those
laser,
guitars.
and then form and weld. But that,
I do
and
most of my manual, but
then I've had tons of jobs, dude. But right now, currently, my job is to be semi-entertaining. Currently, like in the moment,
You
but
get
like
paid for that?
no, I'm just describing all the different jobs that one could have at this moment.
Attempting to. Was that
Huh?
you? Attempting to be entertaining?
That's one of the jobs.
Oh, I think that's a job we could all
I'm
aspire
considering
to.
it a job because I have to listen to what you guys say and respond in with funniness.
Yeah, that's a voluntary. You kind of hired yourself for that, huh? By coming on these panels.
Well,
what's your philosophy on life, man?
Hey,
Respond to that.
Kane, is that a bass, that black one in the back there?
Yeah, it's a bass.
What kind?
LTD. It's the only bass I have.
What
no.
kind?
How
Do
long you
you
been
do
playing?
music? Do you have like a
I'd say
SoundCloud or a page?
I have an old one that I made like 5 years ago, right when I started playing guitar.
Oh, cool.
I take care of like 5 people's properties, like maintain them or whatever.
Hmm.
What
You
kind
know?
of mix is that?
Like
You get a free place to
groundskeeper.
stay.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, like a groundskeeper. Like
You?
I literally work with turf management companies.
Hey,
Do
Tommy.
you
Where
Tommy,
are
what's
you
up?
today? Hang on. Let me. You look.
And I don't
Oh, it
like
looks like
it.
you were out on the farm.
sup Tommy?
I'm
Nah,
not
I'm at
used to
work
seeing you.
waiting for parts.
Oh, okay.
It's
All
nice
right.
out though.
Woo!
That sounds too
Yeah.
like yeah. He
So,
looks like me.
I'm
Like
in the sun,
that's
so yeah,
that's what I look like when I'm waiting for parts at work too. For real, dude. Like yo,
sitting.
not
Right?
even kidding you,
Boring. Really boring right now.
oh.
bro. You
Yeah,
don't
the weather's
understand. I'm
nice.
And
literally
hey, Hebrew,
dude.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yo, Hebrew. Salute.
Killer weather, man.
What
It's
up?
like 78
What's
degrees,
up, brother?
clear. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's nice out today.
What else?
It's
What
nasty
else?
here.
Where's
Is it?
here?
It's all overcast.
Oh,
Oregon.
okay.
Oh. Oh, yeah. It stays nasty up here.
Rainy.
Jeff, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a lot better.
You sound just like that guy from the Verizon commercial. Exactly, perfectly here.
Change my
Here.
avatar.
The,
Can you
the
hear me
ones from
now?
like 30 years ago.
You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, that guy made a lot of money, man.
He kind of looked like Jared from Subway, low key, bro, like a clone.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
He no more
that's my
looked like
avatar
Jared.
right
Yeah,
there.
he did.
That's my Halloween avatar.
Oh, no.
Slipknot, man.
Dude, like,
Come
yo,
on, you
what's his name?
maggots.
Jared from Subway is probably an actual, like, someone you could be for Halloween. That's crazy. So stupid.
I heard that dude got in some trouble.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
what
that
did
He
you
too.
got
know?
me
When
too'd or something.
he
Oh,
got like
yeah.
no,
Dude.
he got caught.
He invented me
Doing some
too.
bad stuff to kids, and I think he got like over 20 years. I think it was
Was
like
it
over 20
kids?
Yeah,
years.
Oh,
he's
I didn't
doing a
know
lot of
that.
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
there
a
was
real
a whole
crap.
thing. It's not dramatic, but there was a thing.
Horrible.
Are you making fun of like Corey Taylor? Because Corey Taylor's he's actually a
Dude,
very good vocalist.
he's awesome, dude. He's the best.
Oh, okay.
I met
I was gonna
Chuck
say,
Winters, the bass player.
It sucks because Slipknot really just like, I mean, they sold each other out, a lot of them, you know. So it's got a bad history, but I love that band, you know.
Who? Corn?
Well, I love Korn too.
Well, it couldn't even
Slipknot.
so
spell correctly.
Corey Taylor's lead
Slipknot.
singer of Slipknot and Stone Sour and his own solo stuff too. His son's got a really
What's
good band called Vented, Griffin Taylor.
You
He's
think they
awesome.
would have been more popular if their name was Porn?
what's the lead singer of fucking Korn's name again? I can't think of it
Jonathan
right now.
Davis.
Davis.
Jonathan Davis. I wish I
He's
had his
awesome, man.
fucking. Dude, that Adidas suit that he wears with the red fucking stitching, that jacket's like worth a lot of money.
He's got a lot of cool Adidas stuff. They're coming to Camden next week. I'm trying to get tickets for me and my son. I would love
Yeah,
to
I'm
go
not
see him.
into all that. But yeah,
Yeah, I've always been into Korn.
I was more of a punk kid
I like punk
when
rock
I
too.
was.
Sambas were my favorite Adidas wear.
Yeah,
It pretty much ends at double bass for me. I like double bass the most out of all of the
yeah.
different
I like
types of
drum and
sounds of
bass.
that music.
Oh, I said I like drum and bass, like like techno drum and bass, like the dark drum and bass. That shit's good.
Double drum bass.
I know, I heard. I was just kind of
I love that.
being a turd.
Yeah, it's like one of my favorites.
What
Why
kind of
do
drink
you
are
do
you?
that, dude? Why
That's
do you do
Zach
that?
doing that.
Like,
He always does that.
why
Zach,
do you do
you
that?
told me doing that on my panel
Why do
before,
you
and then
do
you
that, bro?
denied it. I was like, no, it
That
is
was like
you.
the 18th time, bro. We played this
Mike,
golf course before.
Mike, how do you take your coffee? I'm just curious, my friend.
Um, one sugar and a little bit of cream.
Okay, gotcha.
I like it more. I don't like it. I don't like it too sweet. I want to taste just one sugar, like a teaspoon of sugar and a shot of cream. That's it, man.
There you
Simple,
go.
simple stuff,
There you
man.
go.
Simple. I'm a simple guy. People get all these newfangled caramels and syrups and
What about
creamers.
just milk? You ever hit?
Yeah.
You ever hit it with milk?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah, you just
What's
gotta
the
hit it with
topic?
milk.
What are y'all talking
It's
about?
got the sugar
Coffee?
in it already.
Cream is the best,
You
man. You put a little heavy cream in
Talking
there.
about coffee.
Talking about
Goat
coffee.
milk.
Cream.
You ever had goat milk in there?
Try titty milk. Titty milk's good.
Are you sampling that?
Oh, come on,
Ever
dude.
cream in your coffee?
I
Goat
don't know
milk
what's
actually is
happening.
good. Goat milk. I've had goat milk. It's because it's more of like Middle Eastern, but it's good.
It's
They
better
have
for
goat
you,
milk
I
here all
hear.
the
Yeah.
They have it here all the time. You can literally go to this place. Ask Puffy knows about it, where you can grab the goat yourself and you take it over to this little thing and you hook it up and it fucking milks the goat right there for you, fresh goat milk, and then you can
No,
turn it into chocolate milk if you want to.
And you got
It's
they
pretty
have
crazy.
they have
How
these
do you
things
do
called
that?
to build on that idea. They have these things called farm shares, where like you can buy a piece of the cow, right? Like you're a technical owner of the cow, because
Of the beef.
it's like 30 people basically buy a cow, right? So like then you get your milk based on that schedule, right? It's a real thing,
It's a
and
cow
and,
share.
and you don't have to go hunt. You don't have
So
to look it
one
up.
cow, 30 people to a cow? That's
I
a
don't know
lot of
exactly
milk.
how many
No,
buy the
he's right.
cow.
He's right about that. They also share Angus beef too. Yeah, he's
Mhm.
right.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
buddy, my buddy brags about getting goat milk that way to me. That's how I know about it.
How does he
Yeah.
brag? Like, dude, I
Oh,
got goat
he just
milk.
loves it. He doesn't brag.
Is it like Eddie Murphy and the ice cream?
Yeah, he does Eddie
I got
Murphy brag.
some
He
ice.
Eddie
I
Murphy
got
brag.
some goat milk. You ain't got none.
Has anybody ever ate goat meat?
Yeah, they make it
Hey,
all
troll
the time.
I
baby.
love goat
I like the
face, dude.
name.
Goat cheeks.
Goat meat?
The goat
No,
cheeks
I've
are
never
so
had.
So,
good. Oh my god.
Big
I wonder what
pretty
that
goat
tastes
all the
like.
time.
I don't think
Yes.
I've ever
Goat
eaten a goat.
Dude,
I
goat
absolutely
head
love
tacos are like my favorite. My favorite.
Goat
My
head?
favorite.
Goat
I love
tacos.
curry
Yeah,
goat.
they
Curry goat is so good.
they
The
take the
meat's creamy,
head
but
and
it's
they.
A goat?
You being
Did
for
you just
real?
say goat tacos? I'm sorry.
Goat head tacos.
Oh,
I,
goat
Dude,
taco.
they take like the meat
Yo!
from the cheeks and the meat around the head. It's really good, dude. They're
you
fucking
being
bomb.
serious? For
And
real?
Yeah, yeah.
What about
It's the
dog
most
yeah, and they
tender
just
tacos? They're eating
I
dog
put a
already
little
got
instead of
trolls
cabbage.
once
steaks right
today.
now.
I don't know who's
No, you
talking. I don't even know who's talking, but you guys are
I'm a
making
trying
that.
sadist. I need to
to.
know about this goat taco
You
stuff.
and then you just throw a little bit of
goat.
cabbage and some lime juice on it. They're bomb as fuck. Look it up, dude. Goat head's good,
Yeah,
man.
it's
And you
fire.
say this like you
Don't
make it
listen.
all the
Don't
time.
listen.
No, my buddy's from Michoacan. My buddy owns a Mexican
Oh,
restaurant here, Los Girasoles, and
okay.
he's from Michoacan, and they eat that shit. It's really good, actually. It's
Oh,
very
did you
good.
ever?
All right.
Did you guys?
All right.
My
Did you
grandmother
guys?
gave me the goat's eyeballs to play with when she was making it.
No, she did. Stop it. What?
What the hell did
I
you just say?
can't. Y'all
You
are
know what else they eat
crazy.
that's really good
I,
too? Is they take a full tilapia. They take a tilapia and they cut it and they just pull the guts out and then they stick it in a deep fryer. Pull it out and you eat the bones and all the eyeball, the bone. You eat everything. The skin, you eat the whole fish and it's really good. It's fucking bomb as
Tilapia
fuck.
bones? Sounds
That's
appetizing.
dude, no,
No, they're soft. No, they're
sounds like the
soft.
least natural. That sounds like the least naturally good tasting thing ever.
Yeah,
Dude,
like
dude,
what are
like,
we
you
talking
guys,
about?
you guys are missing out, man.
Oh,
You're missing out on
You're deep
bones
frying
Goat
and
head
gizzards.
tacos. Tilapia bones.
You might be
the
right, dude.
mystery
You
meat
might be
taco.
right.
The mystery meat. Oh,
I saw trans cheese. I think it's thanks cheese.
And
oh
cheese, wait a minute.
Tilapia glands. Sounds good.
It's really good, actually.
And especially, I want to. I know you guys have talked about frogs before. I don't want to get lost on a subject, but like people are talking about gay frogs and whatever. So definitely stay away from like
No,
frog
they're not.
legs.
No,
Oh,
Brad
they
they are.
haven't been
eats
for
frog's
years.
legs. He loves
Huh?
them. When they're in season, he says.
Oh, watch out, man. Watch out.
Apparently, there's a season for frog's legs.
Bro, listen, my friends, dude, we were joking the whole time. There's a bachelor party. We're joking about, like, laughing about how, like, Alex Jones has that famous clip. We're talking about, they're making the frogs gay, folks, and whatever, being crazy. So we were laughing, joking about that. And then they said they went on a trail and they said, watch out for gay frogs was on an actual sign on a trail that they were on.
Check out these goats, Jeff.
Oh wow, let me see.
Oh,
my
whoa,
picture?
check out them goats, man. Wow,
like-
they're pretty.
God
Looks like they're
damn.
breeding for a
goats.
specific trait.
It looks like they're. It looks like they're goats are about to
What's
have
with their
sex with the
asses,
people.
bro? Why is
BBL,
their
the
ass
goat.
like that?
Baby got back. Baby got
No,
back.
bro.
Hey, yo, come on, dude. What the are you talking about?
Now I'm starting to
What the
understand
hell?
why all the Middle Eastern guys are fucking them.
Are
Yo,
those are those are those are those twerking goats? Goats that twerk?
They have the fainting goats. Maybe
Mike,
those are
don't
the
get
twerking
excited.
gotes.
yo, you know, yeah,
I'll take what I can get, Tommy.
Yeah, Philip, I am. Except we call them crawfish instead of crayfish. But I know some
how do you
places call them crayfish.
how do you
Dude, that
catch
was
a wild goat?
crazy.
Crawdads.
How do you catch a
Yeah,
wild
they're
goat?
mud bugs.
Wild goat?
I
How
Is
do
don't
you
that a
kill?
pun? A joke?
Every year, what, you stick their back legs in your boots and your rubber boots or whatever?
No, it's like where do you get the goat? You probably
Oh.
go to the store, right? So it's like where the fuck do they get it? You know what I mean?
So, on crawfish, you said something about crawfish. Anyways, my family every year we have a reunion, and we have two 55-gallon drum barrels full of crawdads and two 55-gallon drum barrels full of oysters, and then like a couple kegs, and we have like a big party, and we all eat oysters and fucking crawfish. It's good.
Oh.
Sounds like a good time.
Uh-huh.
Do you guys drink goat tea?
No,
Goatees.
I don't do much with goats.
Goatee.
No tea, no milk, no meat.
No tea, no shade.
I don't typically eat goat.
Oh
No,
man.
man,
Chicken and beef
You know
and
what?
pork are like the only meats I really eat.
I was
Yo, after
Turkey
this
once-
conversation, I'm
turkey.
Those
only
are the
gonna eat
normal
goat for.
American meats growing up.
Turkey too.
And maybe
Yeah,
bologna
turkey.
and hot dogs.
Remember the movie Super Size Me? For the next 30 days,
Oh, that was
all
horrible. That movie.
all I'm gonna do is eat goat and just get reports done for you guys.
Satanize me.
That movie was like horrible.
Yeah.
Documentary or whatever it was.
I make
Yeah.
Kurt
What they
goat.
do to the
You gotta get
friggin'
the fucking
cows
goat.
and
It looks like somebody smashed the thing apart with a sledgehammer. The bones are
Yeah,
all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Yeah.
dude, it's fucking
Haven't you guys had
crazy.
lamb? Lamb is good too.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Now you hit the nail on the head. We
Lamb
love
of God
lamb.
is a dope band.
Lamb is like one of the most delicious meats you can have. I mean, besides like venison and shit.
Delicious.
Yeah, but but Hebrew, it's so expensive. You try to buy lamb at the three little medallions. And they're charging like $15, $16.
I
They
just
charge
3D
you.
print it. Just
Yeah.
3D
They charge you so
print
much.
it. You could have all the lamb you want.
They do.
That's
And nobody ever wants to give a lamb.
I am dead.
I don't give a lamb. Oh,
I don't give a lamb.
no, the lamb is good.
Yeah.
Long time ago, we would get a leg of lamb with
Long,
Thanksgiving.
long time ago.
Lego lamb.
Have you ever been lambasted?
I have.
A leg of lamb.
Because we didn't do the my stepdad, he's Jewish, so we wouldn't do no pork in the house. So it was turkey and
No
lamb.
pork, Michael. No pork.
No pork. I had to go up
Pork,
on-
Michael,
Huh?
get that pork out of here.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys want to hear
I
it?
had to go up on
I
turkey
didn't know
bacon. It was
Jewish
horrible.
people didn't eat pork. I didn't
Turkey
know that.
bacon is better than
Oh, I
it's
love turkey
safer
bacon.
for you. Yeah, it's safer
No
for your
pork.
body.
So-
no pork
so
and
no-
no shellfish.
Swear to God, if I see.
Oh, I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Wow.
No pork, no shellfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, for a while, like when I was in my 20s, I would eat like shrimp and crabs, but then I
I want
just
like
kind
a
of
pound of bacon at a time with syrup.
Well, I believe they can eat oysters because it's not a shellfish. In other words,
I do
shell
love
as
bacon,
in shell.
man.
Well, no, I guess it is. Oh, it is a shellfish. But it
Dude,
doesn't.
There's
What-
nothing
what-
better than a
Christian.
nice
Shellfish, Michael. I can't.
crispy
What are you
piece
talking
of
about?
bacon.
Slow it down a little bit. I don't even know what animal you're saying.
Oysters. I never ate oysters. I was never into them. Slimy and stuff.
Okay, oysters.
I love
Okay.
mussels, man.
I don't like
can eat
oysters.
plates of mussels,
That's
man.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I can
fine.
Of oysters?
Mussels are bomb.
deep fried.
I guess
Mussels?
the average is, and the reasoning in the religion to where there's
I
no
love
shellfish.
mussels, man.
The
Where
reasoning
did they
is
get the term mussels?
Yeah, the
Is that
reasoning is that they're bottom.
scientific?
Okay, if I can finish, the reason is if they're bottom dwellers. and they eat off the ocean floor. They eat the
Should
junk.
they have Mr. Muscle Universe?
Let him finish, Lance.
Sorry, I'm
If
sorry.
Mike can finish.
I was just trying to make a point that's the reason why they don't eat shellfish. That's all.
Who doesn't eat it?
The
Just
Jews.
don't eat fish.
Who doesn't? I can't hear you.
The
So if
Jews.
you stop talking, you
The
would.
Jews.
No, bro. It's just I'm sorry. It's just that I can't hear you.
No,
Okay,
it doesn't
all right,
matter. It was a
go ahead.
conversation not meant to happen.
They
Yeah,
don't
go ahead.
eat
Okay, that's fine.
pork.
If you have to work that
Yeah.
hard at it.
Let the simple troll begin. Go ahead.
I'm not trolling you, bro. I'm
You said
telling you. I
simple
haven't.
troll.
I don't think he's trolling.
I'm just
I haven't
joking around. I'm
Of
joking.
course, you never know.
literally having trouble hearing you. You're trolling yourself at this point.
No, I'm not trolling myself.
They are.
I'm having fun.
You
I'm
are
actually having
trolling
fun.
yourself.
That's what
I
a troll
see
would
another
be, I think.
oyster in this house. You're gonna drive me mishugana.
No, I'm dead.
That's a good way to make fun of Jewish people. That's a good one.
Oh, dude.
We make fun of everybody on here.
I can't even keep up with. I can't even hear your jokes to even laugh at them.
Not the Jews.
Best part is that I'm not Jewish. If anybody wants to know, that's funny. But yeah, anyways.
Oh, you're not Jewish? Why are you?
Yeah, I
Do you know what a
impersonating
Hebrew
Jewish
hammer is?
person?
Dead.
That's cultural appropriation.
Oh
That's
man,
racist.
heartburn coffee.
Do you know
No,
what,
I don't know specifically what a Hebrew hammer is. No.
look it up.
It's like a
It's a
Thor hammer.
rifle. It's a foul. It's a 308 foul.
Oh.
It's the fucking right arm of the free
I
world.
always thought you were Jewish.
Yeah, me too.
No.
I really did.
Oh,
It's
I
a
always
it's a
thought he was
stereotype.
I had no
talking before you
idea
interrupted
all
him.
this time. Oh, wow. It's been like years. Always
No, I'm
thought you were
Polish and I'm
Jewish.
Irish.
I'm dead, bro. My bad. There you go, Paul. Thanks, Paul. Paul's got it.
That should
Let's
help.
talk about breathing exercises.
Why?
I
What is
mean,
there to talk about?
you can't talk while a breathing exercise is happening. I guess is my point.
You can only talk about them.
What are you
So
really
say this-
exercising then?
They don't eat shellfish because they don't have
That sounds like
scales.
work.
It has
Why
to
is
have
it?
scales in the ocean.
Because they can't refurbish the garbage from the ocean food, right?
It's
What?
not kosher.
Pretty much.
It's
Or
not kosher.
It's not kosher.
Right.
hey, Mike.
Yeah, nice.
No
Mike.
offense.
What needs controlling? We're just hanging out chatting. There's nothing going on to control.
Microaggressions.
Control us, Jeff. Control us.
I'm sensing microaggressions.
Chattel.
Cool childish.
Microaggressions.
Oh my God, it is early.
Yeah.
I'm
Nah,
not
it's a
trying to
good combo, man.
contribute
So
to
Jeff, you're free.
negativity.
So is it
Do what?
8:11 there, Jeff? Is it like 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, it's like 8 in the morning.
Okay,
I'm not
you're
used to
3 hours
paying like
behind,
this
guys.
early.
Yeah, they're in the like West Coast time, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 11.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah,
Pacific
it's
time.
11,
Very
11
good,
here.
boys.
Make a wish,
Best
11, 11.
Coast.
A magical time.
Yeah.
We're all on panel time.
Mm-hmm.
They are eating the dogs, people.
Speaking of dogs,
Well, it's dog eat dog.
a three-legged
If anything, it's a reference to dog eat dog. But
three-legged dog walks into a saloon.
Yeah, the
I'm
baby's
looking for
crazy.
the man who shot my paw.
You still coming in a little low, Zach?
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Whatever
Zach, I
you
don't
did
know.
earlier,
You're just not. It's not clear. Like your
volume
sound
up.
is okay, but like you're just not clear.
Maybe it's because every time I speak, someone starts.
Maybe you need to
That's
shave.
an idea.
Maybe you need to shave your mustache or something.
Yeah.
Blocking
Hey,
your.
for $100, I'll shave it off.
Hence the overtalking.
I'm just joking with you, buddy. I'm just kidding.
I swear to God, you keep that shit up. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know. Ask Trump.
Life is
FVP
easier with rose
muscle
glasses,
bio.
and I do appreciate them.
Hey, I just want you guys to all be aware of the pets that are being eaten, as is evidenced by my avatar. That's from Ohio.
I thought you were gonna actually show us you
What is
eating an
that?
apple.
Wait. Put that avatar back. Let me see. Hold on.
The pets are being eaten.
What is that?
I'm dead. That's funny.
What
You're
is that?
eating the bird. Oh, is that it? What does that mean?
Wait, do that again. That's the
That
picture
might
was
be
so small,
misconstrued.
Not even a snack.
Just messing around.
bro. I missed the joke.
An
Well,
appetizer.
they're
Nice
claiming that they have video of
Oh, he's chewing.
migrants taking geese from the parks and like walking away from them. There's a picture
I've
online
seen
of a
like
guy
personally,
holding
on
a
Twitter, I've
goose.
seen like 4 or 5 different videos. Of
Yeah.
Wait,
similar
what'd you
I've
see?
seen
things,
some
like
videos.
cats getting
Yo.
What?
roasted on spits.
Videos of foreigners like walking
So
off
who
with
knows
geese
what-
at a
what's
park and
true.
shit to eat them.
Dude, they're taking their neighbors' dogs and they're like frying them.
Hey. Yeah,
Dude, I've heard that
their neighbors.
cracks
That's
me
the
up.
one
like on
guy
a
they
real
choose.
tip.
People are willing
That's
to
like the
believe.
most extreme.
You're choosing, dude. Watch out for this guy. He'll eat your dog.
The immigrants
your
are eating our pets.
Oh, dude.
On a
Yeah,
real,
like I said,
like a
Your
tip, I heard
dog is
that,
smart enough to not get eaten by someone else, bro. It really is.
I mean, some dogs are trusting. Some
Stop
dogs are
putting such
20,000
little faith in these
Haitians are
dogs,
moving
bro.
to Ohio.
But the only evidence I actually saw with my own eyes on the internet was them grabbing the geese. That there is footage of them going and grabbing geese
All right.
and walking off.
Damn geese.
Now I have a real life experience, and I really truly want to share this with you. All right. So I live in America, and so the Canadian geese are everywhere in America. I don't know if you guys experience this.
Yeah.
Okay, so so we're all on the same page. So finally, I got upset, and as I drove by a flock of them, I said, "Go back to your country." I yelled this out the window, and I was wondering, since technically we're both animals, is that like a racist statement that I did there to them?
The race. It's a
And be
hate crime.
specious.
Yeah, it's a hate crime.
No, those geese, those Canadian geese, they are nasty.
I'm telling you an actual story that happened in my life. By the way,
hey, if they want to eat the geese, more power to them. Come to my front yard and grab some. Just get them out of here.
While I was gas
Get them out of here.
Get them out of here. Throw them in the bathroom. Throw them in the bathroom.
I had to beat a fucking goose off with my
fucking
fucking fishing pole one time.
With the what?
It was fucking it was attacking me, dude. And
it
was hissing with my fishing pole because it was attacking me.
Bro,
fucking was hissing.
Hey,
at me
Jeff,
and shit.
can you see that meme
in the Bible, the Garden of Gethsemane.
on my screen? They solved the case.
Oh, hang on.
Cain.
Yeah, apparently the ones that are most vicious, they're the big white geese. They'll chase you. Like there's a running track.
Did he used to eat cats? I remember something.
Alf, yeah, he was always trying to eat their cat, Alf.
Yeah.
What is that?
Here's Jeff. Here's more proof of them eating the pets.
These internet things I don't know about.
Do you know who that is, Jeff?
The guy from the band, right? I don't want to say it. Jeff wants to guess.
That looks like
I know who that is.
No, I don't.
A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, but a bird in the mouth is worth
Zach?
a picture.
Jack White?
Yeah, is that the guy from the White Stripes? Looks
no,
like
it's me.
Okay. That's you?
Yeah.
No, wait, what? Put it back? That's not you.
It
Eating a bird? What?
Yeah, that's my bird.
How is that you?
How are you talking about eating birds?
That's me when I was 25 years old.
Eating birds?
Eating a bird?
I didn't actually eat it. I was taking.
No, of course you did, but I don't see you. How do you put yourself back? Where's you?
I believe
How are you that person behind you? I don't even see anything. Maybe, all right, maybe a little bit.
I think you did eat a bird.
It's in the nose.
Were you tempted to take a bite? Tempted.
Have you ever eaten worms or a worm?
No, I would never do that, man. Well, I was starving, but I wouldn't.
That's gnarly. The guys eating the grubs in the wilderness. Oh my god, that is gnarly to watch, man. Like the survivalists, they'll be eating the freaking grubs.
If this panel right here did like a survival 2-week thing out, and it would be the greatest thing on television.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
It would be.
A real life panel survivor.
Me and Tommy D and like Zach and like Mike and everyone. I think we'd all survive.
I don't know. You'd be at risk, I think.
Jeff's
You think
walking
I'd be
through
a
the
risk for
So
what?
would Mike.
What for what?
Jeff's
Survivor?
For
walking through the
tribal
woods.
council, yep.
Yeah,
Uh,
you think so?
Jeff will be getting
I've
chased by
watched the
deer with the
Survivor
antlers
too in
on.
my time.
No, but you mean you? I mean, like you don't. Okay, then I see what you're saying. You're making a. You're
I
making.
think in any group
Yeah.
that you're part of, you're
Right.
statistically likely to be more the odd man out
Based
from
on
just your personality,
based on
your
perception, right?
neurodivergence, huh?
Ba- Based on perception,
Based
right?
on impressions, yes.
So okay, and I agree with you actually,
Come right.
but I will say that different situations call for different uh, responses.
Yeah, that's all part of the game. Like I'm not saying you
I'm,
would,
I'm
because I
saying
think
right
you can play
now
the
is that.
game very well too.
Yeah, but in a
But I'm
survival
saying you would probably
situation,
be come
Oh
up as
really?
an early target.
Why? To get the what? To get the strongest one out, so you can die in the woods alone.
Yeah. You think you're the
It's been
strongest?
a while.
I think
When's the
that
last time you guys?
no, it's not about that. It's about the idea of not voting off like you're voting off risk is what you're voting off.
Sure. When's the last time
It's
anybody up here?
tribe
When's the last time
cohesion and
anybody's?
harmony.
You don't
Yeah.
think it's the
When's the
risk?
last time anyone's gone camping? Anybody camp? Like, is anybody here like to go camping and stuff like
Hey,
that?
I went camping
I
last month.
love camping.
I camp all the time.
Yeah, I
Hey,
went
Moose.
camping last month for my birthday, man. It was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. What's up, Jeff? What's up,
Yeah, I
Mike?
took my kids camping
Camping.
last summer.
most
We didn't
Yeah.
go this
It's
summer
What's
though,
up?
but we went last summer.
Hey, this place misses you. Look, Moose is
It was a
back.
lot of fun too.
Are you
It
still at
is.
work?
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I got a lunch, so I figured I'd
Oh,
jump in here, hang out with you guys for a little bit.
nice. It looks
I
nice
don't
over
know.
there too.
It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. We got about a couple more weeks, and then it's gonna get real
Hmm.
cold and dreary.
Oh, are you when do you leave? Are you going to Mexico again?
No, that's up in the air. That's up in the air. I got a lot of
Oh,
financial shit going on right now, so I might not leave Maine. I might stay in Maine for the
for
winter.
the winter?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. My beautiful vacation in Mexico. You know, sitting on the beach, getting my bronze status. You know, I'm
People.
almost like I feel like like I'm talking about the glory days, man. The glory days are behind me now. Maybe there's no more Mexico in my future for a little bit.
oh no.
Dude, I
Well,
have an idea. It'll at least mainly work out for you.
I wouldn't give up on it, and also,
Oh, I'm not
maybe
giving up
there's
on it.
new glory days ahead.
There is new glory days. But see, I got scared. I said, oh man, people are making those videos about me like they're making about Mike. Oh, I said, man, maybe I should just disappear from the internet for a bit. And I said, man, why would I disappear, man? That's some coward
The
shit. Go ahead,
trolls
Mike.
win. Real is that the catalyst? The videos? Is that what did it?
That and just the negativity,
Professionalism.
man. Being part of
Don't
the
let them run you off,
negativity and getting
Moose.
sucked into it, like getting sucked into the negativity. Like I can get sucked into it and try to have fun with it, and
Yeah.
like I can't tell what's real and what's fake on here. I pretty much take almost 90% of the shit on here is fake now, and
Yeah.
and you know if we have an interaction where it's like actually deeper than that, then like
Fine.
I would consider us more than just, internet fucking playthings. Like Jeff, I consider Jeff a friend.
More than a
Well,
plaything.
Moose, I don't know if you
Internet
heard earlier. Like,
playthings.
yeah. Moose, I
What
don't know if
the
you heard
hell
earlier.
is that?
Stop that sound, whoever's doing
What's
this. Is
that
it
that
Hebrew or
Yeah,
bleeping?
what's
something?
that beeping noise? Yeah, what's that beeping noise?
Stop that bleeping.
That's
That
driving me
ain't
nuts
me. I ain't
too.
doing nothing.
It's like a
Yeah.
machine of some sorts.
Yeah,
Like a checkout.
we
Like a
don't want
checkout.
machines around here.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
not
a
me.
shop
Hey,
right.
I'm
It
outside,
wasn't
folks. I'm
Cashier.
outside.
it wasn't MK Ultra, but it was annoying Sculptra.
There it
Okay,
goes. There it goes again. Yeah,
Are
what
you
is it?
trying to
but Moose has a
suggest to
point.
invite
We are
people?
not people's playthings. There is a tendency to cross that line. Okay, but like everybody. Okay, number one, everybody's loved. Number two, you have the answers. Number 3, nobody's above or below you.
Those are platitudes.
Yeah.
I
Break them
don't think
down.
we're all
Break them
created
down.
equal, though. I think equality is a myth, and
No,
equality
no, there's no
is
one above or
actually.
below you. So I didn't. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
that someone. That
Right,
doesn't
like
mean everyone's equal
my
in the
life
same way.
doesn't mean more than your life, but I could achieve more in my life than you if I choose to. You know what I mean? Like if you put in the work, I think that no, I'm serious. If you put in the work to live a better life and someone else just sits on the couch and watches TV all day, how is that equal? How are you equal at all?
You're existentially equal
No, I
and
didn't
equal
say
under
that.
the law.
Did I say that we're equal?
No, I know what you're saying. I'm saying for everybody out there who's listening, like
Hello?
we're not equals. Like some
Well,
people
yeah,
work harder than other
we
people.
all have different properties or traits or purpose or gifts. So, but the course can still have those 3. You are loved. You have the answers. No one's above or below you.
I don't think you always have the answers. I think some people can be above and below you in certain circumstances, and I don't think everybody
How can
is
someone be below
love.
you?
Like everybody doesn't love everybody equal.
It's funny because to tap on that, some people can have more
But it
monetarily,
requires judgment.
but other people could have more things, financial, and then there's love and there's respect. So like I said, I'm not trying to put anybody down, but I think everybody has different talents. Everybody
Yeah.
has different paths in life. We have different
There's
paths,
different
and we,
types of
Nobody's the
wealth and
same.
abundance.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
should
yeah,
not.
yeah.
And it's
Okay,
one
I
thing I
already
told.
said that. I already said that. All that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all.
and we gotta stop judging each other and just start like living with each other. Just let's drop all the BS. You know,
That's fucking rich.
So it's
Yeah,
like
that's
it's
Okay.
like
definitely not gonna happen.
nobody
People,
is above
I
or
know.
below you.
A positive, a positive statement is it's hard to hear. It really is. I know.
What are you talking
people are
about?
judgmental figures, you know.
Yeah, they are. They are. But are
Yeah,
you
but that's
judging me?
also them.
What
Like
makes
that's nothing
somebody
about you.
what makes somebody
Exactly.
above you or below you?
Subjectivity.
Okay.
Well, there's
Status is
talent, hard
subjective
work,
and
So
it
things
do
can
you
like
be
want to
that.
treat others
So,
the
perceived.
way you want to be treated?
oh yes,
I
of
try
course.
to more or
Okay, so
less.
then
This does work.
is anybody above or below you?
Well, in that sense, as far as respect, yeah, I agree with that.
Well,
That's all I said.
There are
I said
people I
you're loved.
respect more than others, so that would create a hierarchy.
You're loved. You have
Yeah, I
the
guess I
answers.
see
No one's
Jeff's
above
point
or
there.
below you, especially on a soul
And
level. If you
even
want to
you,
get
there's
even
people
deeper.
you like more than others.
Right off the bat, Jeff, without any interaction before, like you actually just give somebody more respect because of something. That's what I'm asking.
I usually give people a lot of grace,
Same amount of grace, right? Until you get to know
more or
them,
less,
and then
until they get on my nerves
then
or
that
there's something
fluctuates.
about them
Yeah,
that rubs me
I
the
got
wrong
you, Abe.
way.
I got that.
but if you give them grace, get grace, grace. If you give them grace
Rarely.
and compassion, don't they change to be a better person? And that's your doing. You're guiding them to be a
Sometimes,
better person.
That doesn't
sometimes you can
always happen,
empower
Mike.
people by
Sometimes it
how you
backfires. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, Jeff.
receive them.
Backfires
Well, I know
sometimes.
that since I changed kind of
Hey,
sectors and came to a much lighthearted, fun sector, I feel better. I don't get as
can
upset,
um
and I let things roll
can y'all
off. I don't get sucked into the drama. I don't.
can y'all hear me? Do I sound
Sometimes
like
I could be
shit?
entertaining, but
Yeah,
sometimes
somebody's trying to talk. Who is it? Is it Cain?
I think it's
Hebrew?
Hebrew.
I think it's Hebrew.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Hebrew.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, we could hear
You
a
I
little
saying
bit.
don't know
something?
who it was.
No, I put in my earbuds. I don't know if it sounds like shit or not. I've never used them.
Oh,
So
I think you're
Yeah.
I was
coming
just
through
asking
I
if
good.
my
think we were
audio.
just tired of yelling or something. That's if I had to say something, that's what I would say right now.
If my
Let's not
audio
fight
was
about it.
alright.
What the
Well, he's
hell?
hardly
These
talked.
trolls are crazy. Oh
Oh,
my
they going
god.
wild, Tommy. I'm not even looking at it.
Psych Marone.
The
Oh my
usual.
god.
Somebody can't say
I
Mike,
hate
you
like
should
having to
monetize
see.
you're
this. Like you of all
All right,
people are
so I'll
positioned.
say this. I'll
You're
say this,
sitting
guys,
on a
and I'm
little.
not. I am not
You'd be
tooting
like
my
the
own horn.
Beverly Hillbillies
people, dude.
with
Yo,
that
Someone's funny
oil
People,
though.
bubbled up.
you're not
I
a
have
real
people.
person.
I have people. They'll try to get a hold of me through other avenues. Man, you got to make a channel. Man, you got to make a channel. Come on. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't want that. I don't want that headache, bro. I don't want that headache.
All right.
I
Well,
don't
I'll
want
take it
Okay,
for
yeah.
you for my
It
Okay,
is
yeah,
a
good.
that sounds
lot. You
good.
gotta work
We'll
it.
take you
Yeah.
at your word. I trust you 100%.
Yeah.
don't want to deal with it. What's up,
It's a
Tom?
funny name.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Puffy.
Bro, I'm the one
God.
saying you're loved. You have the answers. No one's above or below you.
Yeah, but you saying love doesn't necessarily mean
Hmm.
love. Love comes
Saying and doing
across.
is two different things. Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Because love is an act.
So,
Like you have
okay,
to
so
demonstrate. It
let
has
me
to
ask
show in
you,
your actions. But it's also
like,
a feeling for a lot of people.
are
It has
you
to be there.
loved? Are you loved
Probably not, but I
I
don't
am
by
by
believe
who?
it that
some.
much either.
There's nobody who loves you.
Sure you are, Jeff.
Not not to the extent I've had in the past. Put it that way.
No, I'm
I know
saying,
what
no,
you mean.
I'm saying like in your family, like anyone you know.
They family love
Yes.
me, but
Okay,
I
that's what
don't
I'm
know what that
saying.
means.
Well, that's your heritage, number one.
Right, but
That's
that's like a
important.
real abstract. Like that's like a mental.
No,
You
they love
think.
you. You're only here because of them. It's not abstract at all.
Jeff, you feel it's involuntary love, almost like
So you are
expected
loved.
love?
So if
Is
you
that
had a
what you mean
problem
by
with
that?
being loved before, now you don't. I cleared it up.
The
No.
Greeks have 11 different types of love. I went over them on a stream one day.
Okay.
Hmm.
So then you know that you're loved.
Because statistically, I'm experiencing at least one of those 11 types from somebody. Then in that
Hmm.
case, everybody's
I
loved.
mean, I had to force it out of you, but yeah.
Hmm.
Then that makes the statement almost meaningless. That's like saying
No,
we all share the same
force was the
air.
wrong word. I had to trick you into it. Like,
You
see,
didn't trick
well, did
anything. This
okay, do you see what
but
I did there?
yeah, but if you have to trick, then we're not having a conversation.
No, I
Hmm.
didn't
That's
mean
you
that. I didn't mean it
manipulating
I
the
meant it in a
outcome.
friendly way. I meant, you said you had a problem with you
This
are loved.
doesn't feel like love for some reason. If that's your message,
You're badgering the witness.
yeah.
No,
Jeff.
he said he
Honey
said he
badger.
disagreed with that. You are loved.
I'm saying this doesn't. Is this love? Is this what you're demonstrating right now? It doesn't seem like love. That's all I'm saying. It's like your words don't.
I said you are loved. Am I incorrect?
It depends on what you mean by love and what type of
It
love.
depends. Said
It to
your
love
family.
from the past that like my standard for love that's been set by other people. I'm not currently experiencing that from anybody.
Hmm.
You
Okay,
need
but
love.
you know that your family loves you, and you're only here because of them, and you're only here because they all had sex.
No,
What?
just my mom and dad. My family did not all have sex. Just my mom and my dad.
No, well, I know, but what I mean is, like, because they had sex, you're here.
Don't mean they loved each other.
But sex is not always love, though. You can like,
No, but
you
what I'm
can.
Yeah, where
saying
are
is,
you going with this about
what I'm saying
we
is
should
that
all be love?
before any of us were here on Earth, there was truth was here, and it didn't include us yet or
What?
whatever. But now we're all here, and truth is still here, and we didn't create that shit either. Be just like we didn't create it before we were here, and when we're gone, that shit will still be here. And you
Okay.
are, and so like if I don't
About
understand
God.
So it's
why
just like
anybody would have
energy
a problem.
atoms and
Are
stuff.
you talking
What?
about God or something?
Why would anybody have a problem with anybody saying you're loved is like my problem now?
Because it doesn't convey any useful
It's not
information.
real
Just like saying
love.
we're all
You don't
part of the
think so?
universe
Like
together.
love's a real thing, and
Sounds like you're
to
talking
use the
about
word
God.
generically, it gives it less meaning.
Well, then how? What does it mean to you? So I can better understand how to correct
Well,
myself.
love means that you care about somebody unconditionally. You'll sacrifice yourself for them.
Okay,
Ooh, I don't know about
You
that.
know,
unconditional
you
love.
set a devotion to them. And when you say it to people like you just meet online and for a short period of time, it you know,
By
it
that
gives the
definition,
word
children
less.
and women are the only people that are loved.
So are you saying that I'm only saying that in the context of
And
this
yeah, hold on.
conversation?
Yeah, and there are different kinds of love. Like
I
we
mean
agree
this
with
every
that.
single day of
Yeah,
your life.
dude, Jeff, I love you, Jeff. I love you. I love you, Jeff.
Yeah,
Love
Who's
you
now there's different
talking?
Every
independently.
kinds of
I
single.
love
love,
you. I love
Hebrew,
you.
right?
How
Like you
about
believe that
let me
intimate
tell it
love,
to you
regular love,
let me
family
tell
love.
it to you this way. It is an inherent truth that you are loved. It is an inherent truth that you do have the answers, and it is an inherent truth that nobody
No,
is
you don't
above
always have
or
the
below you.
answers.
And it's not an inherent truth that you're
Well,
loved. Sometimes people don't love you. Even your family
Yeah, there's
sometimes
plenty
doesn't
of
how
love
do
people I
you
you.
don't
not?
love.
Okay. So how would you know that you
So
didn't have the answers?
the answers to what? Love?
No, Jeff said you don't always
It
have the
depends on
answer.
the question. There's plenty of questions that I've had to go outside of myself to get the answers to that I didn't have.
Mm.
Google.
Do you mean wisdom? Like you know
Like, what answers don't you
what's
have that you
best for
want?
yourself? It depends on the question. I don't have any particular question right now, other than where this
So then you
conversation
do
is
have the
going,
answers.
and I do not have that answer. I promise you. Where is this
I
conversation
don't.
going?
I'm
What
trying to
what
give you
answer can
credit.
I look for inside to find that
Uh,
answer?
Uncharted
Here's what
waters.
it is. Here's what it is. Whether you believe you can or you can't, you are correct.
That's very
Um,
enlightening.
So
Thank you.
do you have the answers?
It depends on the question.
I
what's
This is
I
going
this
just
is like
on?
a
perfectly set
Zen
it up for
study
you.
form of
Yeah, you're not
debate
very good
where
at.
you
I don't
like
think
it
you would
sounds
make a
like you're
good preacher or
philosophizing,
cult
but you're
leader.
not really saying anything.
I'm not
Take
getting much back from
Cane's.
you guys. You guys aren't helping me either.
That does sound like love. It's not. This is not love.
It doesn't sound like real love.
Mm.
What
So
do they call
it
that
goes
writing
off of
in?
so your perception. So we have to go off your perception. You're saying,
It sounds like you're trying to pass off something
Yeah.
deep and
So
have
for
which is
something
somebody
as
is your
deny it.
subjective as
For
is
love,
each
yeah,
your
individual, yes.
perception conditional?
For,
yeah.
for each
So
Oh
you want
my
to
Just
talk.
like
individual.
god.
on
So you want to
my
talk about
experiencing
unconditional
love.
love, but you want to have conditions on said love that you said you want unconditional.
You have
I have
unconditional
When
standards
love for
I
for
each
just
love.
I
Yes.
am
individual.
describing unconditional love. You are loved. You have the answers. No one's above or below you. That is the description for unconditional love.
Yeah, and you're talking
I
about
don't
saying that to
believe
random people? Is that what you're saying here,
I
or
don't
what?
believe most
It applies
adults
to
have.
every single human being on
Hang on.
earth. Are
Let
you
Kane talk.
saying that that's
Yeah,
not
Let
true?
sorry.
let
Like,
Kane have a
yeah,
say.
like
Go ahead.
yeah.
I don't believe most adults have unconditional love for each other. That's a rare thing once you grow up.
Mm.
That's
Yeah,
all I
I
wanted to
don't
say.
think.
Yeah, like that's
I don't
not
know
I
how
mean,
real
realistic it
love.
once you
is either.
become an adult, most love is conditional.
Mm.
I mean, if you're expecting to find a relationship where you're loved unconditionally, I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, if it does,
Unless it happens
you're gonna
within
be
you,
extremely
right?
lucky, huh?
Unless it happens within you, right?
Mm.
You could never be sure unless you were
Do you
sure.
feel loved right now or loving?
Who?
You right now.
I just said the universal
No, I'm
statement for
just. Do
everybody is true.
you right now
Yes,
feel
yes,
loved or loving?
yes. To answer your question that you shouldn't know the answer to, yes.
I thought I had the answer.
The answer is yes.
I thought I had it though, not you.
Why'd you ask me?
Because you said I have you said I have the answers, and I said it depends on the question, and you said no.
Uh-huh. It does depend on the question a little bit. Of course it does.
Okay, so we don't
What
always
in
have the
specific?
answers. I'm just
That,
doing my
that,
logic thing.
I'm just saying
Don't
that,
mind
like,
me.
what I'm trying to do is say, like, you don't always need a hammer to knock a nail into a post. Like,
But
there's
what does that have to do with love?
it.
He's using a
A
metaphor, I
hammer
think.
to
No,
knock a
no, that's
nail.
two. That's number
How else would you drive a nail
with.
into a
Or an
post
analogy. Yeah, your head.
without a blunt object? What do
Mm.
you want
All
Yeah,
right,
you kind of need a hammer.
let me break it down. Number one, you're loved. Number two, you have the answers. Number three, no one's above or below you on a soul level.
Who
Okay.
are we loved by? You talking about Jesus or God? Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
talking
How
about
do you know
I'm
that?
talking about me. I'm talking about you. I'm talking in the present
Maybe
tense.
And
souls are
that's why I
loved by
asked
God
you in
and
the
not.
present tense right now. Do you? And you answered. You said you feel loved and you
Yes,
feel loving, like you love.
right. I wouldn't have told you. And
But I
in
I
this
don't know what any
statistic,
of that mean on my end. It doesn't seem different than
Yeah.
like it doesn't change anything. It doesn't seem different than anybody. My interaction with anybody else. Like I can't tell what the love part is.
Telling me you love everybody.
it would be not judging them, and you'd be able to gain more information.
That doesn't mean you love them.
It means that you're not judging them, which is
Okay.
a form of not, which is a condition.
Every decision you make is a judgment.
You just sound It sounds like a grumpy kind of love.
I'm just trying to get my point across.
Okay.
That's cool.
Someone else did that too, right?
That's how you go. You know.
Someone else got their point literally on a cross.
Like, do you? All right, so are you the type that will say "I love you" to a girl that you've been dating a week or a month? You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Are you a
Like,
person?
I'm not that type. I'll take a
Okay.
while before I have to really know I'm in love with someone before I'll ever give them that word.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I take that
Can
word
you ask your
very
question
seriously.
again? I already lost sight of what your question was. You started with
My
a question.
question
That's not
was
very
like
loving.
you're saying you give everybody this love. So are you the type to tell your girlfriend when you first meet her that you love her?
Should she assume that I do anything less than love her?
Or when you first meet somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think, and Tommy, I think what you're alluding to is, I think, like when we're younger, and we don't really know what love is, we tend to feel like we're falling in love quickly, right? Like after a couple weeks or a month. As you go through different relationships, and you get
Well,
older,
so love. What kind of conditions are on love? What kind of conditions?
Bro, you
Well,
can
let him
listen once in
finish.
a while,
Yeah,
man.
let
I
him
mean,
finish. Let him
Jesus.
finish.
I
All
just think what I'm going to say is that when you go through relationships that maybe you passed, you failed or she failed or whatever, I think, Tommy, it's as we get older and we have all these experienced relationships, it's harder to fall in love. It takes longer. That's all.
What are
Yeah, you get
your
a general
conditions?
purpose of what it is. You take it more seriously too.
Yeah.
What are your conditions?
To fall in love with somebody.
What is your conditions
There's different types
There's
of love.
different types for different people.
of
Mhm.
I
love?
mean, it really
Love
just happens.
develops.
Kind
You
of.
don't have conditions.
Wait, I
I don't
thought we were
think you have.
talking about unconditional love, though, guys.
I don't think you have.
Why
Well,
am
no,
I
that's not
the one that has to keep us on track?
I think there's different types of love.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about the romantic type
Oh, I
between.
thought we were
That's what I
talking about
thought.
unconditional love, like Tommy D
No,
was talking
unconditional love
about.
is boring. We already
Yeah,
discussed.
something I give
There's
to my
like we're
children.
all
Give to
feeling
my
it right now,
children.
and it's just like
Yeah,
the air or
and my
atoms.
parents. Like
That sounds
unconditional love there.
that sounds
That's like
subjective to me.
family love.
That sounds subjective to
There's
me.
nothing amazing to it.
That's like family love.
It's like saying
Sounds
we're all the
subjective.
same species, or
Conditional,
we're all
doesn't
one
it?
brotherhood of man. It doesn't
I
Like give
give anything
unconditional
unconditionally
love to
give
concrete.
somebody you
love
just
to
met on
certain
YouTube.
people.
Like
That's not unconditional. That's
that sounds
picking and
ridiculous.
choosing.
Right, that's the kind of love I do. Is the conditional, the particularized kind on specific people.
Which is why you guys are having such a hard time understanding 3 simple sentences.
Yeah, maybe so, because maybe they don't relate to our experience, which is what I was saying all along the
I
whole
just,
time.
Yeah.
dude, I just can't.
Like I can't give a stranger on YouTube unconditional love. Like unconditional love is a little serious. Like unconditional. Like I don't
Yeah,
even know
not
this
on
guy.
YouTube. No, none of y'all are getting unconditional love.
And like he's saying,
Sorry.
people you just meet. Like you don't even know them yet.
I just think, love, the strongest, like, how do I say this? Like, I've only felt this way about 2 people my whole life, not other than my family. I'm talking about a woman. I'm talking about an actual relationship that I would actually give my life. I would give my life to that person. That's how much I valued her and how much I loved her and how much I'd rather her go on without me. Now, that sounds like a silly analogy. It's just that where you feel so much love, you'll do anything for that person. Anything that they need, you would do for them. And it's very rare. Some people never fall in love.
Yeah,
Some people
way
have
too
it 2-3
selfish for that.
times. I fell in love when I was 19 years old. I was a youngster,
She would have to be
not knowing what it
phenomenal.
is. And then when I met my ex at 23, and that's the 2 times I've ever really been in love, so to speak. Everyone else I care about deeply, and I love hanging out with them. I love seeing them, but it wasn't that feeling of, God, I hope nothing happens to her today. God, I can't wait to get off work just to hang out. Like it's different paradigms to love, different levels. If you guys,
Which one, Amanda?
People fall out of love.
Yeah,
They
I
do.
have conditions on love. That's for sure. I don't just give it to anybody.
Because
Oh,
Tommy love gets.
we fell. He caught us in his evil traps.
Yeah, yeah. And
We fell
in a
for it.
relationship, it can get mundane, it can get boring because you get so comfortable. You stop trying, you stop doing date night, you stop bringing the flowers, you stop
We
saying how
never
good
did.
you
I
are.
never did.
Yeah,
I don't know why he left. I feel like it was just about to get interesting,
Oh,
and
did
and
you?
then
Yeah,
I
he
was. I
I think
and
he
hope.
then he
lost
One can
then he
only
spurred
hope.
out and left. No,
I don't think he
Yeah,
meant to
I thought
leave.
that happens.
he was almost onto something.
Oh,
No, I
well,
thought
maybe
he
there'll be a
it seemed
part
like
two.
he was in the middle of talking. I thought he lost service.
This was
I
the
thought I was going
lead
to break
up.
into the whole hair incident, short hair incident, Tommy. That was
Oh
funny.
yeah, that's
Oh, I'd
short.
forgotten
Yeah,
all
we all
about
have to
that.
have long
Yeah,
hair.
thanks.
Yeah, you and him kept going back and forth about hair. You're like, whatever. It was just funny.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Uh,
it's just,
Well, he had
I
some
don't
very
know.
strong opinions about how people should
yeah, yeah,
keep their hair.
Everybody can wear what they want. I don't care where you
yeah.
wear your hair.
Hey, listen, it's good to talk about it and laugh about it and have different opinions. That's the
Yeah.
one thing about this channel, this panel, is that we can not agree and we can laugh about it and we can joke about it.
Unconditional laughter, I think, is more
Yes.
concrete
Unconditional.
than unconditional love.
So,
It's
Kane, what do you
easier
got going
to
on today, man? You got the
demonstrate.
day off? You're gonna play the guitars all day? What are you doing today?
I'm
I
about to
meant to
crash.
ask him
I just got off a
what
10
kind of
hour shift a little bit ago.
what kind of music do you play with your guitars? Do you play like metal or like what kind of music?
Metal, mostly Tool, and
Nice,
some
Mm,
other shit.
yeah.
But I like to write my
nice,
own riffs
nice. What
mostly.
about chord and like drop B, drop A tuning stuff?
Yeah, I play in standard E, drop D.
Standard E, yeah. I play. Yeah.
I just tuned one of my guitars down to drop B. I'm gonna try that out. But
I
I
love when they down tune and play those dark metal tones like dum dum, like the real dark stuff.
yeah.
Guitars are dope.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
just
man.
like writing little rigs. I always got a little tune in my head.
Do you have a band?
That's the only reason I started playing guitar was to try to get them out of my head. But
Yeah.
nah, I don't got a
I
band
know
or anything.
I know
Not
it's
that good.
different
I just
types of
started playing.
there's different types of music, but like who do you think is the greatest guitar player of all time?
Hendrix.
Um,
Between Hendrix, Clapton, but there's also really good metal guitarists like
Clapton's good,
Dimebag
and Keith
Darrell.
Richards.
Mhm.
Um, there's a lot of good metal guitarists out there. A lot of good guitarists in general. Slash is
personally, I like
amazing.
Jimmy Page. Personally,
Jimmy
Yeah,
Page is great.
yeah,
I
Yeah,
mean, there's
Van
so many
Halen.
good
I think
guitar
he plays
players.
some of the best rigs.
yeah.
Tommy Iommi.
Then you got Eddie Van Halen, another legend, and
Yeah,
Yngwie Malmsteen.
yeah.
yeah, but
What was that guy?
yeah, Black Sabbath. They got a lot of good riffs.
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, but I think the collectively they as in music critics of my lifetime kind of collectively say that Hendrix was like one of the most influential guitar guys. I mean,
Yeah,
He played
he would make
upside
the thing,
he
down.
was influential.
yeah, upside
He
down, but
played
he
a
would make the
I
left-handed
don't
thing.
think
guitar.
rock would be what it is today without him. Like I
Yeah,
think he.
I play a lot of John Frusciante from Red Hot Chili Peppers, and
mm-hmm.
he was heavily influenced by Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
Hell,
Yeah.
half of it's practically just copies of it.
And like I was saying about like the different types of music, then you go into like jazz, right? And you go into like BB King, and you go into these different. They're playing different, different instruments, but like I think each genre of music has like their leader, But there's I mean, the guitar is the guitar and the piano really are like the drums too. I can't really put my finger on one. What would be the most influential instrument you think? Like you think the guitar would be more influential than the drums or the piano?
For
Joey
rock music,
Jordison's
yeah.
an
I
awesome
think drums
drummer.
is the most important for any band. But
For modern music, probably the synthesizer, the computer.
Piano for modern. The
Great
piano
drummer,
is
huh?
like a general instrument. People could write music with the piano.
Yeah.
I kind of think of it like
Guitar.
drums get the beat going, and then every other instrument's just kind of like an accent to that beat.
Yeah.
Adding this other little thing into the beat. If you don't
Yeah,
have
you
a good
need a good
drummer that can
drummer,
keep a
man.
tune or that can keep a beat,
From
like
I, I,
ZZ Top. that
Mm.
Billy
Gotta have a
Gibbons?
good drummer, man.
Yeah, kind of like what's that? What's that guy's name from Metallica? Oh, Lars Ulrich.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty
Lars is dope.
notorious for not being able to keep a beat for very long.
Dude, they're falling off. Metallica. I heard some screen samples of their concert, and they could barely. I mean, some of their songs, bro, they're like out of tune. It sounds like crap. I'm like, geez. Like one of
Tommy,
the shows. I mean, I guess they just messed up at that time, but it's caught on camera and it's on YouTube.
Now, I don't know
it's
who
kind
the
of
best
sad.
guitarist is, but if you ask me about drummers, I would say the best living drummer right now has got to be Dana Carey from Tool. Dude's
Yeah, he's
phenomenal.
awesome. He is.
He-
I like for metal drummers, Joey Jordison from Slipknot. He was awesome. Jay was awesome. His replacement was also really good.
He's got a YouTube channel now, don't he? Or some kind of channel
Yeah,
or something? Yeah, he
Jay, you're talking
streams.
about, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what's
Joey
it.
died, but Joey was so good, and even the drummer for Korn. I mean,
Yeah.
Vinnie Paul was awesome.
Yeah.
A lot of good drummers, man. John Bonham,
So many good musicians, there's so many good
Ringo
musicians.
Starr. Yeah.
Yeah. People always know about, the more mainstream bands. Oh yeah, that guy. But there's so many musicians that people never heard of because they never really dove into those types of music. People
Underground
almost,
musicians. Yeah.
yeah,
There's a lot of good underground stuff. People that are trying to get signed or just putting their music out on YouTube now. The internet has changed the music industry a lot.
Yeah.
People don't have to, compete for deals so much if they can really get their music to pop on a social media network.
Look at that one guy in Canada. Tom McDonald, is that his name?
Yeah,
Where-
Tom McDonald. He's a rapper.
Oh, is he
He's
Canadian? I didn't know
pretty
he was
cool.
Canadian.
Yeah. He
Wow.
wasn't even signed. He wasn't even signed, and he got mega
Always singing about
famous just
American
from
shit.
YouTube. From YouTube.
Well, not Laws. You should listen to more Tom McDonald then, because he has a better take on what's going on in America than you do.
That's crazy, Mike. Are you sure about that? I'd
Yeah,
like
remember
to see
the whole
that.
thing with Tom McDonald where he was trying to get signed, but he was just doing his thing. He was selling his own stuff, and he was shipping them. He was shipping his own CDs. People were buying them.
Well, everyone uses Bandcamp now. Like, I don't even know artists that even
was always
bother
on
with
YouTube.
the major labels.
He had all these YouTube videos of like him and Clive and hanging out.
Yeah, you can just sell direct to your audience now.
And I think he signed in, but I mean, then a couple years ago, he was just like a newbie, and I guess it caught fire on social media.
Like, the 90s music, a lot of these bands, they couldn't make like people think they're like millionaires. They are. They have a lot of money, right? But like take Slipknot for example. They signed a $500,000 recording contract for like 7 albums. And they had to split that 9 ways. Okay? I mean that's and they're not getting paid for the extra albums they sell. They might get like bonuses and things like that. They have to make money on touring and merchandising and things like that, making it into a brand. And they did. They turned it into a business, which destroyed the band, I would say.
I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure next to the Beatles, which I think, didn't Michael Jackson buy their catalog?
He bought their catalog.
Yeah. And
Sony or something.
Yeah. I think Kiss, Gene Simmons, I think is like
Kiss is awesome.
The richest, because they own everything. They own the likeness, the name, the rights, everything. Yeah, Gene Simmons, yo, that guy.
The guitar.
They're all wealthy. Yeah, I never got into Kiss. I didn't like the
They were glam. They weren't like the music was okay, but they were more image. It's like Madonna. She was more image than music.
I don't like Gene Simmons, man. I think he's the worst bassist.
That's what Slipknot was more image too. That's why the masks, the whole outfit, it's all image. You come out, they wanted to be
work with this
faceless.
guy. He's obsessed with Kiss. He's also obsessed with pro wrestling.
They came out about the same time.
They have loyal fans, but I didn't like glam rock. I didn't like even Pantera. Like Pantera had glam rock albums that I thought sucked. They didn't even have Phil as their singer. It was a different singer. It's just garbage.
Remember in the 80s, Jeff and everybody, the Gen X guys, remember like Motley Crue and like like
hair
Motley Crue was
bands,
awesome. I love
the
Motley
hair
Crue.
bands,
the
and then
the
remember
drag
that?
queen bands.
The hair bands are cool. That's different than glam rock, I think. Though glam rock is like they
Yeah,
also look
glam
like
is like
drag.
early '70s. It was really kind of the first punk, the first
They look like
reaction to classic
they look
rock.
drag with glam rock
New
actually.
York Dolls, David Bowie,
Yeah, they'd
Alice
get
They
into
literally
Cooper.
dress up like girls.
they'd wear makeup and stuff,
Yeah, it was
and
very
Yeah.
androgynous. It was kind of reacting against the strong like straight male
yeah,
dominant element in rock, in
Prince.
classic rock.
Even Billy
Prince was
Idol with the
like
new
Prince was
wave.
the embodiment of that
mm,
androgyny.
Roger, yeah. And it's funny because that was the big Chappelle joke. The guy who looked most like the woman got the most girls.
Oh yeah,
You
man.
know, so it was like,
He
That's
kind of
was
a
a
how it
catch
is
ladies'
now.
man.
It's not a joke anymore.
He was a ladies' man for sure. And
Oh yeah,
he did every concert he ever did in his life. He did in high heels. You got to respect
yeah.
that.
He was
Yeah,
he was
T
I thought it was kind of
Rex.
corny, but whatever.
yeah. I know he was real short. I think he was like real short, like under 5'5", I believe. So yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, he might have been like 5'3", I believe.
yeah,
He had some moves though. He could dance,
yeah, he would. Yeah,
and
he was a
he
big.
was super talented. I mean, he could play like every instrument.
who?
Where
I
Michael,
remember
everything he
For,
did vocally, but
it was
Michael
a
did
shame.
all those little.
he was an amazing composer though. They have an interview with him and when he went to court, like he's testified and he's describing his creative process, how he puts the music together. It's just amazing what his brain comes up with.
So my Prince,
Michael Jackson.
Michael.
well, Michael
Like every
Jackson, yeah, he
little
was.
note you hear, his brain has like all these melodies. He's like hand putting them
You talking about
together.
that one interview where he was doing the bass line to like Billie Jean? He was like
Yeah,
telling
he's
her
like
exactly how
describing it to
he's
the
like.
judge during his court
Yeah,
trial,
I
and I'm
saw that
like, wow,
exact
I had
interview.
no idea Michael Jackson was this creative genius like that. This is
Yeah,
brilliant what he's talking
I
He
about.
had great producers too.
I was
I
always
guess
in
he
the
had a.
Prince camp.
Like these
Yeah,
albums have producers, and a good producer makes or breaks an album.
They can have an influence.
They
I
definitely
can
can.
tell
Yeah.
different production styles sometimes in the same band.
Hell, a good producer is the difference between the Tanakh and the Old Testament. And that's basically all it is. How it's
Uh,
arranged. It's the same exact books arranged in a different way.
He's right.
very
Makes that shit.
astute observation.
and the one thing about Michael Jackson is, like you said, he was an actual. I think he was an actual genius.
He
On
was. He
genius
way more
level.
than he appeared. Like we just
With
see him as
dancing
this
too.
clown that wore crazy
Yeah,
outfits, but the creativity he put into the music came from him.
and do you think
Plus
that
his dancing, Jeff. The
yeah,
I
dancing.
do
know
you
his.
think that,
I mean, he's like the best dancer ever. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's the
that's
other one, the dancing.
he took
No one's
influences
gonna
from
touch
James
him on the
Brown.
dancing.
And, I mean,
do you
his
think
dancing.
what led to his demise was his brain was so active? Remember he could never sleep. The doctor had to give him medicine to make him sleep. And I'm wondering if that was his own genius, was his downfall. In other words, he always said that he could never sleep. He was always thinking of the next song, the next dance move. And remember, his doctor
It
would
could,
always give him the intravenous stuff to make him fall asleep. And I wonder if that really led to him passing away. Well, like they said it did. He
he
overdosed.
was
But
definitely a man
yeah,
or whatever ahead of his time. He went through every race, every gender that one human being could possibly go through in one lifetime.
he changed everything. He changed music altogether.
We are
And he
living in
did.
a post-Michael world.
That's it. That's
There's
it, man.
rumors that he was a castrato.
Yeah, I did hear that. And
I
never
remember Little
proven.
Michael growing up when he was part of the Jackson Five. He had the afro.
If you don't know what a castrato is, they say that it's something they used to do in like the 1700s where they would cut their nuts off.
Yeah.
Yeah, to make
And
them.
Whoa.
so they would
the
have a higher
hormones.
voice. They would maintain their childlike
Whoa,
voice
are you
throughout.
serious?
Yeah, they would
Yeah.
do it while they
Yeah.
were a child before they ever produced testosterone, and they would keep their same voice.
You learn something new every day on Gen X Jeff.
Castratos.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's a big conspiracy theory. It's been out there for years. They've been saying that's a conspiracy theory, never proven, but they talk
Oh,
about
it's
it
not.
many.
Well,
With the
all right.
castratas.
Yeah,
I
he
think
got
it was
one.
a real thing.
No, it is a real thing, but
about
he's
Michael Jackson.
yeah.
So
They
you
never
think
probed it.
Jackson got his nuts taken?
I mean, it's a rumor.
No, I'm
Maybe
sure
Joe signed off on the contract to do
that's
it.
a conspiracy.
Gave the
I think
label
he
on
probably had
sodomy.
him.
I'm
What?
dead.
What?
Imagine having that on eBay. Imagine having Michael Jackson's nutsack in like a
Oh,
To the extent that he had him at all, I think he
you'd have to
still
prove
had
that
him.
it was his. Like, how would you even prove that?
he
How would you
autographed
get it
it.
verified?
I'm not even going there.
I'm not going there.
How
I'm
much
not
you think it'll
going
go on
there.
eBay? Who would someone pay for that on
I'm
eBay?
gonna talk about like the live shows is where bands make their money. You're right, Mike, and other performing artists.
Yeah.
Live shows.
What do they call that?
But
The gate, right? They call it the gate.
Once they
Like
get
the-
signed,
yeah.
the label pays for everything. Once they're on the road, like
I
food,
wish there was a
house,
panel label.
it's great.
Yeah.
They make
That
money
is
for it.
funny. Oh my goodness, that is funny.
They're gonna have Gen X Jeff on tour,
That's it.
I want
Going
to
on
take. I
tour.
want to go on tour. I've been wanting to take this on the
a
road.
live podcast.
And
going
yeah,
on.
like I travel the country and I stop
got
at different
popular enough,
places
Jeff,
along the way, and I talk to
you
real
could do it.
real people across America, and
Mhm.
stream it.
Dude, Joe Rogan does it.
And then I could go like each person in the Panelverse that's where I'm at could come out in person, and we could do like live streams together.
They all do meet and greets and stuff like that.
Mm.
Yeah, I would love
Once
that.
you get like popular enough, you could do a Patreon also.
I have a Ko-fi.
That's something
The
different.
Antler Tour. Jeff's
The
Antler
You can have
Tour.
the Antler
Tour.
The antlers. I'm dead.
Jeff, like around Christmas, do you
Make
like
an icon.
hang tinsel off of the things?
I did last year. I think I put beads, and I do have some lights. Where do you?
Don't say tinsel.
Are you still waiting for the parts?
Now I'm on lunch now.
Oh,
Got to go
what
get
was
some
earlier?
Chick-fil-A.
Break.
Break job.
They're looking.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tommy's hiding behind the tree. They're looking for him. Tommy, hiding behind the tree.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Now
Tommy,
like brake pads and rotors, stuff
Yeah.
like that, spark plugs, and like a whole bunch of fluids. So I got to change all the fluids. So.
Any big
Make it-
projects they're working on in the shop? Any like rebuilds or anything?
Engine jobs. Yep.
Yeah.
We're replacing my boss's Mustang, his son's Mustang. It's the
Mhm.
blue motor, so we have to put that in. So, and a Subaru. We have a Subaru engine job too, so that'll be fun.
It's not the Who made the
WRX.
Boxster engine? Was the Boxster engine? Was that Porsche? Who was that?
Porsche.
Box.
That's Porsche.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
man.
The Subaru is a WRX that we're doing,
Okay.
but it's noon now, so I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'm gonna hit Chick-fil-A
Yeah.
today.
I'm gonna eat something too, man.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah,
All I had
man.
was coffee.
You have
All I had was
Chick-fil-A in
coffee.
Louisiana? Probably not, do you?
We have Cane's fingers or something. It started there, and it's the best chick. They're like
Yeah, I never
branching
heard
out
of that.
all over now. I think we even get one up here in Washington State. It is the
I haven't
best
had it.
chicken fingers.
had
If you
it.
have a Cane's near you, you've got to try. He's the wealthiest man in Louisiana right now. Like, this franchise took off. It's just chicken fingers, and they have the different types of sauces, and that's about it.
Everybody
pretty good.
raves about it. People go nuts about those.
They're
They
so
can't-
it's almost better than Popeye. Like, Popeyes was my standard for a while.
It's in Virginia Beach too.
Cane's might have them beat.
I haven't checked.
I
I
wonder if
haven't
it's
checked.
around
the
here.
Cane's.
I never even
I
looked
don't
it
think
up.
it's-
It might be around here.
Yeah. I got a Popeyes down the street though. The only problem is that it's kind of like a rough Popeyes. It's just everybody in there. What do you want? And it's like, whoa.
That's
Yeah.
Popeye. What other kind is there?
You go in there. What do you want?
You have white Popeyes. Excuse me, could I get?
Oh, that's
Dude,
funny, bro.
when the chicken sandwich first came out for Popeyes,
I don't
it
like
was on the
Popeyes.
news. It was on the news. They were in there scrapping inside the restaurant.
Yeah.
I swear, they're like fighting over a chicken sandwich.
If I had
And,
to pick, I'd
It
pick
started in
Kentucky
New
Fried.
Orleans.
Yeah.
What'd you expect?
One of the big reasons I love Popeyes, of course, next to the chicken, is the red beans and rice with the little smoky flavor.
Oh
and
yeah.
their biscuits are the best. Popeye says the
Oh, I
best
forgot
biscuit.
about their biscuits. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their red beans are good.
I haven't
They
been
use
to
them at
really
their
good.
Popeyes,
restaurants.
so
They have
I
like
don't
a
know.
dine-in restaurant
Yeah.
from the same guy, and they use the same red beans.
Mm-hmm. I
They're
love it.
that good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
man.
never liked Popeyes.
Really? It's good. It's
Wasn't a
good.
fan.
I
Wasn't a
don't know
fan of
what's wrong. What
Checkers
did
or
you
any of that
prefer?
stuff.
Churches?
Like
From Grandma's
KFC.
chicken.
I'd rather go to KFC. If I would, I'd
What's
take
wrong with
KFC
you?
over
I
Popeyes.
was no. Growing up, I was a big KFC fan. Big
Yeah, I was a
KFC
big
fan because back
I
then it
like
was good.
their gravy, their mashed potatoes and gravy.
Their mashed potatoes and
There's
gravy
no
is the best,
substitute
bro.
for that KFC
Dude,
gravy.
oh my God, Jeff, you're so right. It's so good.
You got to
The
get
mashed
the,
potatoes and
you got to
gravy.
get the drumstick. You get the drum. You just dip it in the gravy.
That is
So
the best side to get.
that's the
Okay.
fat boy move. That's when you're a fat boy. You just dip it in the gravy. And just rip it
I would
apart.
get that and like mac and cheese, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
Good.
make a long story short,
You might be changing my mind. I might try to find KFC now.
the KFC over here that I go to, it's not good. It's like the chicken's dry.
they
and-
got bought. Like they're part
Yeah.
of I think Pizza Hut and Taco Bell now, and I noticed it
Oh,
seems like all of that
really?
quality went down since they got
Really?
corporatized.
And what
They
happened to
all
Taco
merged
Bell?
into a parent company.
Yeah,
Taco Bell-
Pizza Hut doesn't seem as good. KFC
Oh,
doesn't seem as
dude.
good.
The best
I haven't
chicken is
eaten
from
at a Taco
Captain
Bell
D's.
decades.
It should be the same
fish
recipe, though.
Maybe it's subjective, but it just doesn't seem like I
I used to
remember
love
growing
the
up.
pan pizzas, man.
You guys know Captain
Mm.
D's?
Which one?
Yeah,
Captain D's?
yeah.
It's like a
Nah, I
Long
don't
John
think so.
Silver's.
Oh yeah,
If
yeah.
you
Oh,
go to
Long
Five
Fish
John,
and
Guys,
the
they're-
chicken. Yeah, Captain D's, fish and the chicken. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
you had a
Yeah,
Five
I
Guys?
love that shit.
Five Guys.
Five Guys is good, real good.
Yeah, Five Guys. Shouts out.
Those fries are banging. Dude.
fries.
They make them in the peanut oil. Whew, they're good.
Yeah. Yep. That makes it extra good.
Every time we go to Five Guys, because they get the free peanuts, we take a bag of peanuts with us. Take them home, just be eating peanuts and shit. Oh, it's great, man. Oh, yoy. But Five Guys is a good burger. It really is. Really, really good burger. Expensive though, man. Good
For like
lord.
$30.
Yeah, right.
$30.
Yeah.
It was a little exaggeration. But I don't know how much they are now. But
It's
they're
a
pretty
fast
expensive.
food place?
Yeah, it would be considered fast food, but like mid. It'd be above McDonald's.
But you go, like you drive
Oh,
through
yeah,
it,
way
get it
above
at a
McDonald's.
counter, or you dine in, like at Applebee's?
Mine, the one by me does not have a drive-through. You have to go inside. I'm
It's
not
like
sure
a
if they
corner.
have drive-throughs.
It's kind of like a corner store Applebee's.
Yeah.
Something.
Oh.
I mean, it's that high quality type of burger.
Really
fried
good
joint.
hamburgers. They started, the first one I think was in DC, I think the first Five Guys was in Washington, DC, and they went out from there. We got one right by the mall, a couple miles away. It's good. It really is. It's like I said, it is expensive. I mean, a hamburger and fries, it's going to run you $20 easily.
I would never
Hamburger
cross
fries
the
and-
border
hamburger
to
fries and-
Canada.
yeah, $20. Yeah.
Everything went up, man. Remember, like
Like
McDonald's,
easy.
everything.
And that's what it cost before Biden. So I don't even know what it is now.
Yeah.
Five
you-
Guys
if-
is going up. Trump should run on. That should be one of his platforms.
If you had a cook, you can
Five
make
Guys,
burgers
yeah.
at the house for $20. You can make about 4 or 5 of them. So
Trump likes to make ribs.
does he?
Yeah, he
Who's
did the
the-
McRib commercial. Remember?
Oh, Trump just loves McDonald's.
Did
That's
y'all
what
see
McDonald's.
where Joe Biden put on a Trump hat?
I did. I saw a meme going around. What was
Unity,
that
right?
about? Was he mocking him or joking or
He
trying
was
to
just
confuse voters?
bullshitting with some
Is he
Trump supporter in the
confused?
crowd.
Promoting unity.
They swapped hats. I
But
think he
Jeff-
was like, "You gonna kick me out? Check this out. I'll put his
Yeah.
freaking
What
hat
I
on."
think it was
Kick you out.
I
He's
think he
all
grabbed the
wild, he
wrong
don't give a
hat,
shit.
and now he's
No.
spinning it to say unity.
I want to believe so bad. I want to believe so bad that Biden has been waiting to say F you to Kamala. And him putting that hat on
Yeah.
says F you, Kamala.
No way, dude.
Yeah, that's what I think.
That's what I want to
I
happen.
mean, she
don't want
called
Joe
him
Biden.
racist during debate. She said he was a
Yeah.
racist. I mean, and
Dude,
then she
that
then
debate
they
was
ran together.
crazy, though. Like, oh god.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Biden endorses Trump? Holy crap!
Hell yeah.
The internet would explode. You know. But
And I think she would still win.
I'm going to
We'll
say
see.
Trump needs to prepare better for the next debate.
Is there going to be another one?
I think they're supposed to be.
there
And
should
if,
be.
he,
Oh,
and
okay.
if there is,
Two
he
more,
needs to
but
prepare
It
better.
wasn't a debate. Like there was, I don't even know
They
why
did
they're
the
it was just
pretending. It was a
attack, thrown
charade.
attack.
Everybody was playing along like this
But
was
he
an
didn't
actual
have
debate.
responses. He didn't have
Bring the
responses
crowds
for a
back.
lot. Yeah, oh, man. It was
Did you see
nasty.
that Biden? Did you see
he didn't have
Biden?
responses because it was like 3-1. Everything he said, they
Yeah.
fact checked. It's like, who?
Yeah, I
Let
saw
her
that too.
respond. I mean, what the fuck?
She didn't have a
I
lot of
did see that.
substance.
Yeah.
It was a
Did
lot
you
of
see that
rhetoric,
Biden?
like he's a
A
threat
lot
to
of rhetoric.
democracy, Project 2020, but she didn't have a lot of concrete answers with substance to them.
Yeah, I'll
I
say she needs
mean,
to
she
perform a
played it
little
better
better
though.
too. Yeah, yeah.
She got him all sidetracked. She made
But that
fun
was
of
a
his
joke,
crowd
man.
sizes and
But
shit.
she didn't answer, like she evaded
She didn't answer shit
questions
either.
to herself. Like it's not like she.
No.
She didn't, Jeff. You're right.
To me, they both were doing the same thing. They were both
Exactly.
avoiding questions,
There you
and they
go.
were both taking
There
shots
you
at the
go.
other over random
Which is a
stuff,
joke,
whatever they
Jeff.
could make stick.
And that's a
Yeah.
joke, bro. That's our government. Like,
I
come
know.
on,
I'm
dude.
starting to
Like,
get I'm the one that keeps defending our system, but I'm
it's
starting to
horrible, man.
see
Like,
how
it's so
people
divided.
are disaffected and alienated from both
They're like
parties.
toddlers, Jeff, up there.
I'm not impressed with either one. I think we're in for 4 years of crazy, either DEI crazy
Oh, for
or
sure,
Trump
Jeff.
crazy, but we're going to get 4 years of some kind of crazy either way.
The only thing crazy under Trump really was how his dissidents acted. You know, they was out
It's more the
rioting in the
chaos
streets all the time.
than anything else.
I mean, like
And
you remember that Kavanaugh hearing? I've never seen anything like
I
that.
remember
you know?
that. Yup,
They were
Kavanaugh.
outside,
Yep.
you know, just the crap they were doing at
The
a
adultery
swearing
thing.
in.
Yep.
Usually they would escort people doing stuff like that out, but they stopped doing that under Trump.
they went to his house or one of the
Yeah.
They
Alito's
swapped
house,
for
somebody's
DNA or something.
neighborhood, and started picketing in front of their house. I thought that crossed the
Yeah,
line.
the protesters. Yep. Yep. But he went a little overboard when he was talking about abortions, and he was saying, like, you know, in some cases the babies are already born. I'm like, bro, that's murder.
Like, they talked about doing that. They want to do that shit.
No,
They
that's
talk about
yours.
it all
You
the
keep
time.
It's it's
crazy.
you know, when it comes to abortion, you know, it's easier to make up your mind, you know, if you don't have children of your own. I think that when people do have children of their own, it's kind of, you wrestle with that whole issue, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it's very difficult. It's easier for like some young single man or woman to say, you know what, yeah, her choice. But then someone who has kids, like I said, not to talk in circles, you think about, that could be your kid. That could have been your kid. What if I would have made that decision? Look at my child now. You know, so it's a very difficult situation. But I can say this. I believe if it is a victim of R word or, you know, or the I word, you know, I'm not going to say them.
Yeah,
you
the
know, family
ones they
members.
said in the debate.
Yeah.
They
And
said
then,
it
you know,
in the debate. 85% of
Yeah.
Republicans.
Right, and then she still
Yeah.
she still answered as though he
Yeah,
didn't
I saw
acknowledge that.
too.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
flat out
He
said
did.
that those were exceptions he agrees with. She still tried to frame it like he didn't.
Yeah.
Trump put it
so-
in the states. So now the states decide. So if someone lives in a state where it doesn't go along with what they want, they have the option to travel to a different state. You're in the same
But
country.
I don't know how
Now,
long term of a solution that is for
people
something
want
like
it
abortion.
federal,
I
though.
don't know how long it's going to work for weed or healthcare either.
Yeah,
That's
but
basically
want it
people
across the
saying if
board.
you're willing to go out of state to do it, that's fine. As long as we don't have to be around it and be party to it, go do what you got to do.
I feel like
And-
I think
the
that's what people
decision with
say.
that
I mean, they used
and
to do that
weed
with gambling.
should be
Certain
across the
places
board
had
federal.
it, certain didn't.
You know?
We have a Planned Parenthood off of Newtown
state
Road.
variety.
It's on the border of Norfolk and Virginia Beach, and it's a Planned Parenthood. And every single day, from opening to closing, they have all the people out there with the signs, yelling and screaming. People coming in, you know, to get abortions. And those, you ever see those signs? It's like mutilated abortions. It's like they're these big, huge. They hold these posters, and people coming and they're screaming at them. So it's. What I'm trying to get at is that these people are 100% committed, you know, to stopping these abortions from happening. You know, there's certain sect of people, you know. So, but you got to see those protesters, man. Whew, they're wild. They're out there screaming with megaphones. It's a real thing. People take this very seriously. They take birth
They
very,
take a
very
lot of
seriously.
stuff seriously.
Yeah,
I
I
will
think
say
that
abortion's
and
like the one thing that I think people were as passionate about before social media as
yeah,
after, because people were their social media
yeah,
has people treating every other issue like abortion used to be treated. That was like the one
yeah,
issue that could get people out acting crazy over something. And
yeah.
I mean,
now everything is treated like abortion used to be treated.
I
True.
don't think people should be as crass as to stand out in front of an abortion clinic with a
Yeah.
sign, but I think people should be better educated, on the realities of abortion because they've been fed this fairy tale of what it is, and it's totally different than what's actually taking place once they get in the abortion clinic. It's not good for anybody's health.
Yeah.
They could at least educate them, let them know the decision they're making.
Hmm.
Maybe they should have to see the pictures. Like if they're going in and they want an abortion at 13 weeks, maybe they should have to look at a picture of a 13-week
Yeah.
abortion. And
Right.
then if they still want to do it, fine. But at least
Hmm.
let them see the truth,
Yeah.
I
because they
think
think
that
it's
and
just
weed
it's
should
just a
be
clump of
federal.
cells, a parasite, all this bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't like that they put it in the states. I think
Hmm.
one way or the other it should be federal.
I think I don't
Why? What's
see
wrong with
how it
that?
can avoid ending up there.
Hmm. Yeah.
What do you think it should be then? If it's federal, what should the law be?
I'm okay with something reasonable, and I think most people are. The problem is, I think the sides have taken it. They push it to the extremes now, and neither one's going to accept reasonable.
Hmm.
Whatever that is,
It's a
like
mess
some amount
now.
of months
Hmm.
that everybody can agree on as an option in certain cases and that kind of stuff.
Well, who said that, Tommy? You think it should be a federal standard instead of a state, instead of the states getting to choose?
I do.
I mean,
Hmm.
so what do you think the standard should be? The federal standard,
Well, I'm pro-choice.
but you want to take the state's choice away.
Yes.
So
So
when do you think life begins? What's up, Hank?
Hey, Hank.
yes. So the funny thing about this,
What up, Hank? Salute.
yeah, the funny thing about the
How
abortion
you doing,
issue is
man?
that it's not even the conservative position is not even in line with the Bible right now. So if they were strict biblical legalists, they would be just in favor of infanticide. So even post birth. So it's not they're not even they
I
deviate from
don't
the
know that
Bible.
it's necessarily a biblical issue. It's a where does life begin
Life
Well,
issue.
Yeah.
obviously
well,
begins
well,
at
the,
conception.
yeah, because if they argue with the Bible, it
But that
wouldn't
don't
even be an
matter.
issue because the Bible supports infanticide, bar none.
Mm.
So that doesn't really matter
Well,
if they're born or not. It said Bible said you just dump them, bash their head on rocks. So so
Well,
so that,
I
my
think the
stance is,
religious argument is only part of the
I agree with
argument for
Jeff.
it.
I'm willing to make a compromise because if you look at it scientifically, if you take religion out of it and just look at it from a secular point of view, life obviously begins at conception. Once an egg is fertilized, once the first round of mitosis begin, the cell divides and brand new DNA is formed that's never been seen before. But 75% of the time, that life does not attach to the fallopian walls and gets flushed out naturally within the first month. So even though it is alive and fertilized, 75% of the time it gets flushed out and dies. So I think that's the compromise we should come to.
Like a morning after or date, like a certain amount of window to flush it out.
Like, let me just make it certain. Like, I'm pro. Like, I am a Christian. I don't think people should be getting abortions. I just think that the government shouldn't make those decisions. That's all.
uh,
Well,
Well,
I
I
mean,
agree
you
with
talk
that.
about
Like it
Doesn't
life.
should
make
be
it
an
a
option
federal.
and decided between the patient and the doctor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean why can't it be a state issue but in a federal issue then?
Well, see that is making it a state issue because every medical board has to follow has to follow state guidelines. And just by the nature of that, it's just between the woman and the doctor. It's also between the woman, the doctor, and the state.
That's what I'm not, because they're doing the same thing with some of the transgender procedures on minors, and I tend to err on the side of having the options available in case they're needed, because a doctor might determine in some cases it's best, and having that option available for those cases, I'd rather have on the table than to try to flat out restrict it. But then I would also advocate for their very minimal use too. And
I
and
think
so I
Hank.
think there are medical situations where a doctor should be able to do abortion as an option, or do some kind of transgender procedure as an option, etc.
I think
That's why I tend to be in the least restrictive camp. Not necessarily because I agree with the positions, but because I hesitate to place those kind of restrictions on anything if I don't have to, if I don't have a good reason to.
so. When do
Freak,
you
I
think
haven't
life
seen
begins?
anything. You have a link? Oh,
When do
do what?
when do you say life begins, Jeff?
I'm kind of with you at conception, but then there's the whole they don't all get, what is it, implanted?
Yeah, they don't all attach to the uterine wall. You know, 3 out of 4 times they just get flushed out.
And
But
abortion is also an issue that I've never
I think
felt
Hank
like.
wants to debate some Christianity though.
Oh, hang on. We also have Mr. P.
Yep.
Any Christians?
Hey
in here?
yo, what's
I
happening?
am a
I think we
Christian.
have a
Mr.
few.
Are you a
Cerrone.
Christian?
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Brother.
What's happening?
You're a
I think we have
Christian.
a
And
lot, mostly
you're
Christian.
saying that
I'm
according to
What's up, Jeff?
Scripture that infanticide is okay.
Yes.
What do you mean? Do you mean like a abortion or actually killing the kids after they're born?
Yes, actually killing kids after they're born. That's allowed by the Bible.
What
You said aloud?
what
Yes.
passages
For
justify that? What's talking
I'm
about?
I'm looking it up real quick.
All right. Is that Old Testament, New Testament?
I'm pretty sure it's Old Testament.
I didn't hear you. Did you say you were Christian or Jewish?
Who
Hey
you
Jeff,
talking to? I said I was Christian, then you forgot what I said. I'm looking at it was Old Testament, but I'm looking up the verse right now.
hey Jeff, I gotta run. I'll be back, brother. I gotta run out real quick.
Okay,
Guys,
take care, Mike. Good to see
I'll
you.
be back. I just gotta run out and take care of something.
Oh, okay.
See you,
No
Mike.
problem.
So I'm confused. I thought there were commandments that said thou shalt not kill, and you're saying it's cool for a baby? What are we talking about here?
Well, Bible contradicts itself a lot. So God orders killings all the time. So in the Bible at least. So if thou shalt not kill is a standard, then God breaks the standard over and over and over again.
Does he tell man to, or does he do it?
Both.
It sounds like you're referring to Old Testament.
Well, Jesus was killed in the New Testament, so I guess it's under God's orders. So
Right, but Jesus wasn't killing in New Testament. He was
Jesus
killed.
wasn't killing, but he was killed. But
Right, technically for us, according to the Bible.
Unless it's the
But-
Crusades and we have to kill for purposes, then it's okay to kill.
Yeah.
Did
I'm
you
just
find that
confused where
passage you were
innocent
talking about?
babies fall into this, where you're like, yes, it's fine to take this life. Like, uh,
Yeah, I'm
I
I've
mean,
looking it
never.
up for you, but
yeah,
it's
I
Yeah,
think
take
there
your
is
time.
some kind of passage where it talks about, or at least maybe not in the Tanakh or whatever or the Old Testament, but I think there is something about it's okay to abort within the first month or so under Jewish law in the uh, Torah, like under the rabbinical discussions. But that's the only thing that I know of that says infanticide's okay.
Yeah, to freak. I know all that stuff. I just haven't heard where it's morally acceptable to take a baby's life. Like, obviously, there it talks a lot about firstborns being taken and lives being taken throughout the Bible, but where it's morally acceptable, or I don't remember seeing that anywhere. But you know, I'm not an expert, especially with the Old Testament. But I'd love to hear the verse if you can find it.
so I actually linked the Skeptics Annotated Bible about abortion in the private chat, so you can go over it for yourself. But I can go over it real quick.
Oh, you linking and stuff in chat?
Yeah,
Here,
the
let me
private
drop
chat.
it in.
Yeah.
Hey, Kane, what's up?
So there's Exodus, there's Numbers, there's Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Isaiah. Those are all Old Testament, but there's a bunch of stuff.
All right, let's check out your first one.
And this is not an issue I have ever felt that my voice carries a lot of weight on. I'm never gonna have kids. I'm not a woman. I'm not gonna be with a woman. So it's hard for me to feel like my opinion carries much weight here.
All right, the first one you linked says Exodus 21, chapter 20,
Oh,
23.
sorry. Hang on. I was trying to do this.
Hold on, let me find my own.
Man, you
This
could
is
buy
like
servants back then.
22 and 23. If the people fighting and hit a pregnant woman, and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury, the offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise.
That sounds barbaric.
I mean, I don't see how that justifies taking an infant's life. It's saying if you kill an infant, if you hit a pregnant woman before it's even born, that your life should be taken. So how
Right.
does that justify
It's basically
infanticide?
defining 1 month or less as not human or not a person. Somehow, like justifying some form of like if something happens or they're killed, it's not you're not killing a person. It's more defining the status of the baby or a fetus. There's also references to eating a fetus and a baby. So I mean, I don't know, dude. This is where I start getting like Old Testament to me is just a bunch of people that wrote this shit like that were nuts back in the day, like three,
I
four
don't
thousand
I don't
years
know what
ago.
you're talking about there, but
It says it right in here. It
I'm not
says
reading what
It
what
says,
he
"And
linked.
force you to eat them. Y'all shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters.
I'm not
Shall ye
reading that
eat?"
crap.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying
Oh,
this is what's here.
that's the Bible. You're not gonna read the Bible.
No, what I'm saying is no.
I'm just
here's
reading
what
his reference.
Yeah, but in his reference, it has verses, and I was just going to the verses that it says. Not that what he linked is a bunch of interpretation of what these verses are. I went to the actual verse that he linked, and that's what it said. What I read.
Right. I wasn't reading the opinion. I was reading the actual verse. What I just said there.
Yeah, and let me just be clear.
No, that's not
when
the
I
actual
speak,
verse, dude. That's the
yeah,
opinion you're reading that he linked.
Bro, it's 26:29 Leviticus. Y'all shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters, and shall you eat. Leviticus 26:29. That's not an opinion. That's a quote from it.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought we were talking
Yeah,
about the
no,
first one. Exodus 21. That's what I was reading.
No, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
But in
Okay,
fairness, when you're pulling quotes out of like just verses and they're like kind of out of context, it's really a shitty way to read this stuff because they say some crazy stuff in one verse or two verses, but it's the context of the entire, paragraph or whatever, the chapter. I don't know what you say, how you call it, but it's just pulling one verse out and then explaining it to me is like a cheap way of going about this.
do you think if a woman is abused sexually by rape in a horrible situation that she should have that baby? She could be forced to have that baby. Like she shouldn't have that option to do what she wants with her body at that point.
As long as she's not property
Do you
at the
think? I
time,
don't
of course.
I
think
think
the Bible
exceptions
is
are
an
always okay.
excuse.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
morally against it, but I think I'm against kind of the government telling you what you should do or what you shouldn't
and I
do.
don't believe like when they say "Thou shalt not kill." I mean, where do they break it down as far as fetuses in the Bible? Does anybody know? I'm just saying.
Well, according to Old
Is
Testament,
somebody
1
taking a
month or
bath?
less, not human.
I'm sorry. I'm outside.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the background noise,
Oh,
guys.
that's okay.
Yeah, I was just curious if it ever mentioned it. That's all. Anything about the fetus?
Yeah, it says it in the Old Testament, 1 month baby or less. So fetus or up to 1 month is not
Okay.
considered a person,
Okay, that's what I
according
was
to the
curious
Old
about.
Testament.
Okay, and you guys are arguing that right now as far as
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier in
Okay,
the Tanakh.
all right,
In the
yeah.
Tanakh.
No,
That's why I
continue.
asked.
My
That's
bad.
why I asked him if he said he was Jewish or Christian. I didn't hear him because he's talking about this Old
So
Testament stuff.
but I'm a Christian, but even if it's Jewish, well, that part is glued to your Bible too. So you have to figure out a way to either say, well, I'm going to use the Jefferson Bible, I don't care about that, or just say, you had to reject your Christianity.
I'm not a Christian, first of all, but
Oh, you're not? I thought Okay, what are you?
I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian.
Like spiritual, not religious.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
I would be a Christian, but I don't believe that Jesus was like the Son of God and all that shit. So.
Well, I don't either. I'm a Unitarian Universalist, so.
Yeah, I don't have Jesus
I'm kind of
either?
looking at some others.
No, I have Jesus, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he's the Son of God. He's a prophet for sure.
Just some white
yeah,
You're not
I agree
Christian,
he was a
then.
prophet. Yeah, I agree he was a prophet.
So what is that defined as something? Like,
What's his message?
What is that defined as? Like where you don't believe Jesus is the Son, but you believe he's I'm wondering what that is.
Yeah, I think it might be Eastern Orthodox.
No, Eastern Orthodox
Is it?
believe. No, it's not
Maybe.
Eastern Orthodox because they believe in Trinity.
Is Orthodox believe that Jesus is the Son of God? Or regular Orthodox? That's what I thought. Okay.
I kind of look at it like the
That's a dumb
Cathars
question.
did.
I'm sorry.
Like demons.
I almost went became the
Unitarian.
Cathar.
You'd be at least a Unitarian if you didn't say Son of God. So
I don't get hung up on the whole Jesus thing. I believe that there is a God, and I just think that it almost seems like God is consciousness, and we can all perceive it to different levels. I guess if I had to put a label on it, I'd say Hermeticism is the closest to what I believe.
The other part of this, I think
Interesting.
this is prior to understanding what we know in modern medicine about, when a brain starts firing, when the heart starts firing, when there's movement, there's a lot of stuff that they didn't know then when this was written that we know today. So a lot of this stuff to me is not applicable, but you know,
Yeah, that's another thing. Like
I'm
when
not
you
There's
talk
a
gonna
lot
about,
of
I'm
wisdom in
not
the
gonna
Bible.
like shun somebody's beliefs, but I'm just saying this is all pre-science.
I mean, when it
yeah, it's
comes
all
to Bible,
pre-science.
like
It's all pre-science.
if you had to put a book together on like how to hold a civilization together and make it thrive, the Bible is great for that shit. I mean, it'll keep a society
That's a
together, and I think that is the main purpose of it.
that's a
I
really
agree.
good point, though. It's like everybody throws the Bible up when they want to prove things. Like it's all pre-science. Like
It's
that's
all
a
what?
very pre-science, like before science, like before science.
Yeah, that's where I think the Bible has plenty of value if you're not looking to it for a description of physical reality. So if that's the argument people are using against the Bible, yeah, we have science, it does it better. But I don't think that's the sum total of what the Bible has to offer.
I don't see how science in any way disproves God or anything.
No, it doesn't disprove God, but as
I
far as
don't think science tries to prove or disprove God at all because that's not in the domain of what science studies. God is not an observable part of the physical universe, so science wouldn't be
I don't know.
studying it at all.
Most of the early science that we would consider the pioneers of science, they were mostly Christian, and they were that's what drove them. They were trying to find how God did things. They were
Yeah,
trying to explain it.
you can't say God unless you watch it like a Dark Matter 25 cartoon.
Science never explains why things are. All they do is explain processes. They
Yeah,
they
the how
they
can't
part.
really
describe
give you any
how
meaning.
things are, not why. How?
Well, sometimes they could
Exactly.
explain
Sometimes, but
why
not
if it
always.
falls in a chain of causality.
Okay, what
In the
causes
chain,
gravity?
exactly, Jeff. Exactly, Jeff. So if one causes another. That there's a why for that. Yes. Yes.
It's like once you get down into it, they don't really understand anything. Like even the law of gravity. I mean, they don't know
As
what
far as
They
actually
they
causes it.
somewhat
spiritual,
understand gravity. I mean,
I
they
mean,
know
they
they can
say
create
mass.
gravitational
Okay,
waves,
what about the
with like
mass?
liquid swirling magma that's made of iron. They can do it with, magnets and electricity. So
That's
we're
electromagnetism.
understanding it. We just don't fully understand how
So
it works
you
because
so you're
nobody's
saying
been to the
gravity
core.
is electromagnetic?
It's not necessarily electromagnetic, but we're able to mess with gravitational waves using that type of technology. And right now, the best prediction of gravity is a solid iron core that's like liquid magma that's rotating, and that's what gives you gravity. The planets that have a rocky core with a liquid hot iron magma center have gravity.
Does do the gas giants have a solid iron core?
I was thinking
No,
Greek
they don't.
Orthodox,
But the
not
fusion
Jewish
process is
Orthodox.
what creates the gravity there. So like
Because
there's multiple forms, but it's always liquid hot plasma is how it's being created.
How do we get on gravity?
Jupiter has the most massive magnetosphere in the solar system, other than the sun.
Well, we still don't understand the core of Jupiter either because we haven't been there.
Well,
That's
we
what
can
I'm
hit
saying.
it with
But none of that's
like
God. We were talking about God. So that's all
Trying
like
to use
physical.
gravity as an example of why we don't
No,
know what we're talking about.
no, I was just saying that that science doesn't really give you meaning. It just gives you explanations of
Yeah,
processes.
yeah, I would agree. It's science. Science's purpose is not to provide you meaning; it's to understand the world. And some people can find meaning in that, but that's not necessarily the purpose of science.
It's a materialistic, like I think I kind of think it's like a dead universe type of vision.
It is a dead universe to humans, but it's still the one we live in, and it's still in our interest to understand it as best we can. But I think the life comes from us. If there's living anything in the universe, it's what's inside of us.
Sorry, I
we
misspoke.
give
It's
it.
actually mass that creates gravity, not necessarily iron. But iron has a big mass, so that's
Yeah,
what
but
creates
that's
gravity.
exactly what I was saying. What about the mass? That
It's
just
the
seems like a
density of
cop
the
out to
mass.
me.
It's the more
What
dense it
property
is,
of
the
the mass?
more
Doesn't it like
gravitational pull it
bend
has.
space time? The mass
Yeah,
causes
that's kind of
space
like
time
a
to bend around it, and
yeah. It's hard for me to get into that stuff, but I can tell you that mass has gravity. So the more mass you have, the more what's
gravity's
the
a
word?
force.
No. But the more intense it
That's
is,
what I'm
or
saying, though.
well, I can't
Science
think of the
can't
word
tell
right now,
you
but the more solid the mass is, the more gravity that you have.
the denser it is.
The denser, thank you, that was the word I was looking for. The more
Yeah,
dense it
but
is.
what I'm saying is, what is the physical property of the denseness that creates the gravity? That's what science
Explain your
hasn't been able
question.
to.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
What property of okay, what attribute of denseness creates gravity?
I don't know if it creates gravity so much as interacts with an existing
Well, it just mass
force.
has gravity. So the more dense you have mass, the more gravity that you're generating, and the hotter and more intense the mass, the more dense it can get. So I mean, just look at like the death of a star and black holes and the density of planets. All that stuff affects the gravity.
No, I
I'm
think
sure
you
you
were
could
on to
look
something.
up
I think
a
you were on to
scientific
something earlier when
explanation of like
I'm looking it
atoms
up right
and
now.
mass and gravity and then explain it, but that's not my field. I just know the general understanding of it.
no, I kind of think it's caused
Mass is a
by an
property of
inward.
matter. It's the quantity of matter in an object. So you have matter and energy in the physical universe. It's an object's resistance to acceleration. The more massive an object is, the harder it is to change its motion. Gravity is a force that attracts objects toward each other. The strength of the force depends on the mass and the distance between them. So mass is the property that determines the strength of gravity. The more mass an object has, the more gravitational force it exerts on other objects.
Well, I kind of agree with what somebody said in chat that which is, and I think Mr. P was on to something earlier when he said it was electromagnetic. I do kind of think it's like a property of an inward sink that creates gravity, which is an electromagnetic uh, property. But that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, because electromagnetism is one force, one phenomena.
I think
That
it's probably the dominant force in the universe.
But see, the problem with electromagnetism is that like it doesn't affect everything. It more affects the things that are metal. So like you can't like get sucked in by electromagnetic.
well, it
You
affects
know.
light, though. It affects
Sure.
atoms.
Sure, but I don't know that like and I could be wrong about that where like we can only create so much electromagnetism, but if you
Taking
see
it down.
like them use those tools in like a junkyard and they turn this thing on and metal goes shooting up to the magnet, obviously people don't get sucked up to it. So that's only just one piece of
Oh,
gravity.
Yeah,
that's
but
just magnetism, but
yeah, that's just
electromagnetic.
magnetism.
Yeah,
But that's
Yeah.
electromagnetism.
Yeah, but it
yeah.
also goes to a particle level. Every single particle is a dipole. It has
Absolutely.
yeah, so it has electrical properties.
What
It
I'm
has
saying is
electromagnetic
gravity is
properties.
different than I think electromagnetism. I think it's an aspect of it, but you know, it's
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
it's a
I'm not
force. It's
saying
a
it's
separate force.
yeah. I'm just saying it's probably part of it that we haven't tied it in yet. But I think it's probably part of the electromagnetic spectrum, just on a different.
There's like four forces, I think, or maybe they've had more, but in physics.
so Sam brought up a good point. It's
You know
like
what
the
an
moon.
inward sink is?
What's that?
An inward sink.
No.
It's it's a magnetic property.
Hey, lady.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yo,
What's up, Leggy?
going on?
Gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. Those are the four fundamental forces in
Nice.
physics. And gravity is actually the weakest, but it has the longest range. And electromagnetism is the force responsible for interactions between charged particles. So gravity is the
Perfect.
interactive force interacting between mass, objects with mass, and electromagnetism is between charged particles. And then the other two forces operate at the atomic, subatomic level.
Good stuff.
Sure.
But like the moon, for example, like the moon has mass, right? And it rotates around the Earth, and that literally pulls on the water on our planet, creating the tides and keeps us in a balance. Like, but there's no like hot metal core that at least we're aware of in the moon.
Yeah, it's
That's
just the mass.
just a
Just
dense
just check
mass.
out just check
Yeah.
out the fundamental of Faraday's law.
Here, I'm going to try to find this series of short videos that helps explain electromagnetism. All right, here we go.
Jeff, when I first got started, everyone thought it was like terrible that I got into politics, science, religion, and like I feel like that's basically your main thing here.
Who
Of
thought it was
kudos to you.
terrible?
Oh, just a bunch of trolls that just couldn't
Oh, you
deal.
talking about like on you when you guys started on YouTube?
Yeah. I
Oh,
used to love talking religion, politics, but everyone's like, oh, you don't want to talk religion, politics, and all that stuff. I'm like, dude, fuck off.
I I don't know. Maybe it's a Gen X thing. We used to love talking
I
about all that
love that.
stuff,
I
like
love talking
coffee
shit
shop
about politics.
conversation. Yeah, we would talk hours and hours into the night about everything, the universe, philosophy, religion. At the yeah, cause that's true. Because there's forces at the cosmic level, at the cosmic scale, that it starts to break down, and at the quantum scale. So it describes the range of phenomena between those two levels.
I just always thought that sounded like a cop out. Gravity's caused by mass. What does that mean? I never understood what that meant. It's like mass, okay.
Well, mass is matter. It's the amount of matter, and matter is the atoms, the molecules, the elements. Um, they take up space. They have mass, and depending on the quantity of them, the quantity of that mass, they're going to exert forces on each other.
See, Einstein says that it bends space around it, and that's what causes basically objects to fall into it. But I don't really
That's
subscribe
what
to. I don't subscribe to that.
somewhere in the back of my mind. That's how I understood it at one point too. That it's you have space, time, and mass. It's
See, I don't believe in
like
space
a
time either.
rubber
It's
sheet that you drop a marble on, and it bends the sheet. So mass kind
That's a
of
perfect
bends
example.
the gravity and the space time around it.
I think space time's another term they throw around that don't really make much sense to me. Because in my mind, time is nothing more than a measurement of repeated events. It's a mental construct. It
I
doesn't
think
exist
as
in physical
humans,
reality.
it's hard for us to grasp cosmic time because I think time on a cosmic scale works very differently than it appears to us as humans. And so
It's all
we take
relative.
time for granted in a very particular way that I don't think has necessarily relevance to how it actually works in physics.
Sup, Leggy?
Yo, okay, let's try this again. Part 2. I'm
I'll be
All
back.
right
right.
back.
The fucking StreamYard app sucks.
I know. I'm looking for alternatives. What's up?
Oh, not a whole lot.
Are you working today?
Nope. Nope.
Oh,
Day off. Got the day off.
me too.
Huh? Nice. Nice. Well, these two guys have clammed up. Let's pipe up. Before, you couldn't get them to Zip the mouse. Now that
Well,
it's
we
done.
were
I
talking
don't know.
about
I'm just joking.
I,
I don't even know
we were
what
talking about
really
all kind of stuff.
conversation.
Actually, it started with God, and now I think we're on gravity.
Leggy makes me nervous. I'm like a clam. As soon as he comes in, I just go whoop and go right into the sand.
Oh,
Well,
good thing he's not a clam fisherman.
no, I did clams. I did
Oh, you
clams.
do? Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
this.
See, that's why I'm scared of him.
Oh,
yeah. But hold on, hold on. I gotta go inside. Hold on.
okay.
The wife wants me for a second. So hold on.
Is it like Alice in Wonderland where they eat? What is it? The uh, walrus and the carpenter, don't they eat the clams? The Higgs. I had physics up to the college level, and I took astronomy, which was 101 was general physics and 102 was astronomy. It was like an extension of 101, and it was presented to us as the study of electromagnetic radiation, because we don't directly study the phenomena of outer space. We just study what we're able to capture of them as they show up to us here on Earth, which is as electromagnetic radiation. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this stuff is fascinating because they even detect like stuff that happens in stars like light years away. And I don't want to say the number because I don't want to give misinformation, but it's in the thousands and potentially millions of light years away, and we can still get some of the rays, especially if it's shot in our direction from Earth. It's freaking insane. Like
Yeah.
gamma rays, and there's like a bunch of different stuff that they can detect. That's why they're building that thing. It's like a desert. It looks like a bunch of antennas, like the old TV antennas, and they're like coming straight out of the ground. That's the purpose of that. It's like a big satellite that detects those waves.
Wow. Yeah, quantum entanglement. That that's when two particles, they can be any distance apart anywhere in the universe. And if one particle changes its spin, the other particle instantly changes its spin too. And they don't know how they still don't know how, or at least last time I checked, they didn't know how that happens. So particles can affect each other, or appear to have some influence or some relation to each other that transcends distance or space or time, and they can act or react on or to each other in some kind of way. And I think isn't it does it cross the speed of light barrier? Can it happen faster than light travels?
That's a good question. I would assume it's close, if not, the same speed. But like a good example of like mass and exerting gravity on an object. You see it in space a lot. We have a big rock, and then they get these like little rocks that like rotate around it as it's spinning, and then sometimes they crash into it. But like we see a lot of examples of these like really big asteroids with little mini asteroids rotating around it. It's just when you don't have any force pulling on it
Yeah,
or it's
yeah.
very little, you can see how that bigger mass affects the little mass.
I think the moon has a moon, which also has a little moon rotating around it.
Wouldn't that be cute? There was
What
a
did you say?
theory about the moon. I forgot what it was. Didn't it break off of Earth? Is that the theory?
Oh, they still don't know. They think it did, but
That is
they
one
keep
theory.
changing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they think it was hit like another planet hit Earth and then that broke off and became the moon. Some say the moon came in and then the Earth captured it. It's tough to say because the stuff on the moon isn't like what's on Earth, like
There
down to
are ancient Indian stories of a time before the moon was here. So it is possible that we captured it.
Interesting that they could imagine that.
Sam was trying to say that it basically it's an object that came in and hit the Earth, but the problem is like there's not enough similar um, elements on the moon to say that like it impacted Earth. You know, they have like now it could have just burnt up and changed everything, and that's why they can't see it. But like even down to the water, it's different than the water that's on Earth. Like
Isn't the moon like 65% titanium or something?
it was something to do with like the atom breakdown. I can look it up, but like water on Earth is different from like water in space. So that's how they can tell, where things have been by like, breaking down the atoms of water, and they can say, okay, this came from here, this came from there.
Well,
Again, it's surface
Saturn
stuff.
regularly ejects water. It just ejects it from its poles occasionally.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. It's pretty sweet. It's like I think it's usually directed towards one of the moons, like Io or something. I'm not sure, but as it goes by certain positions, Saturn will eject water towards it.
That would make sense actually, because they got a
That's how it
pretty
has
big.
all that snow on it, all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
ice.
yeah. That's cool.
Silicate rocks. The moon is primarily composed of silicate rocks made up of silicon and oxygen. It has a small dense core, a mantle made of silicate rocks, and a crust composed of various types of lunar rocks. Hey, Bex.
They've also found that every planet is basically connected to the sun by an electromagnetic umbilical cord in the shape of a Birkeland current.
So in English, what does that mean?
It's like whenever two flows of electron get close to each other, they twist around each other, and like that old caduceus symbol, like the symbol that they have for medicine, the two like twisting snakes around each other.
Got it.
It looks just like that. You have what it is each flow of electrons forms a magnetic field perpendicular to it, and it keeps it right, and it keeps the two flows from merging into one because the magnetic field holds them apart, and they twist around each other. And there's basically a big flow of electrons from the sun to each planet that they've been able to measure. Here, let me find it. Taking a picture of it.
Oh.
I mean, not a picture. I'm sure it's a
I
composite
don't know
of
if the flat
information.
earthers are keeping up or not. If we might be
This isn't flat earther
losing
stuff.
some of
I
them.
mean, this is in NASA publishes this stuff. It's just they call it different things. It's like they never refer to anything as electromagnetic. They always just say like magnetic flux core or something. It's weird how they do that.
Bex, are you up and about for the day? You want to try to do another episode? What is that? That sounds good, actually. It sounds like something that those what do they call 'em? Micro gastronomists?
Micro giga what?
I don't think it's some foo-foo thing they had here in Seattle. It's like a type of cooking at the molecular level. They put the food
Yeah,
together
that is
in very delicate ways. And
sounds so
quantum
douchey.
foam sounds like something they would use. No, there is a quantum foam. It's a theoretical quantum fluctuation of space-time on very small scales due to
Oh, I
quantum
believe it.
mechanics.
I'm thinking of like some douchebag with like a Starbucks with quantum foam on the top, you
I
know?
know, that's what I was thinking of too, living in Seattle too long.
Can I get an extra side of quantum foam?
Well, if they haven't marketed it yet, they should. What is that?
That photo you had up, Kane, was that gravitational lensing that you were showing? Or was that a James
Uh,
Webb
right
photo?
now, this one.
No, the one you just took down.
I'm not exactly sure what I had up. I
It
was
had a
looking for
bunch of
something.
galaxies on it.
Oh, that's my screensaver or my background. I mean, you mean that? That's just the Hubble ultra deep field image zoomed in to a certain part of it. Well, you see some gravitational lensing. What, right here?
Well, usually you see it. It's hard to see the photo, but when you get a lot of these, I don't know if Hubble had a lot, but the James Webb, you can see a ton of it. But it looks like a circular stretching
Hey,
of
Vex.
light around some of the
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah.
And it's basically a galaxy in front of those, and then the gravity affects the light, and the gravity has to go around that object, and it has the illusion that it's like like stretching the light into a circle. It's actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've seen it. Um, you know how I was talking about Saturn ejects water?
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah.
Um, just imagine for a second, like say in our
Oh
field of
wait, that's not it,
vision
Jeff. Hang on.
that there was just a huge field of water, like a galaxy long string of water. You know what I mean? And that sun and the sun you're looking at or the galaxy you're looking at is in front of it from our point of view. I mean, do you think it's possible that something like that could be an alternative explanation of gravity causing
I'm
that?
like I understand concepts, but I can be a little slow at understanding. Could you like repeat that?
Yeah, you know how gravity it bends light. I mean, not gravity. Water bends light.
Does it? Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like if you put a a drop down and look at if you put a water drop on top of a newspaper and look at the type, it'll be distorted and bent. So imagine just uh, 100 light years in space has been water's been ejected and it's just out there floating. Could that be an alternate explanation for what we perceive as gravitational lensing?
I think it's plausible, but it's probably like unlikely.
I'm not saying I believe it,
Yeah.
but I only bring that up to say that a lot of people just take it as fact that what they say, this is gravitational lensing and it's caused by gravity bending the light, and they don't really know that. That's our best guess.
Well, they actually do pretty much know that because they can see how light waves are affected by gravity and how it looks when they travel. But like it's I don't know how they've proven it or whatever, but they know for a fact that gravity affects light. Light's a particle.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah. So, if you have something with intense amount of gravity, and the light is traveling behind it and then trying to get in front of it, that gravity is going to bend that light, which is what we perceive as gravitational lensing. And that sounds smart, but I really don't know how it actually works. I just can parrot some of the stuff I've listened to before.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do is understand it as best I can. If I sound like I know everything, I certainly don't. Check this out on my screen
Same.
here. Um, hold on, let me
I've seen
remove
that
this real
before. It
quick.
almost looks like DNA. It's pretty crazy.
Hold on one second.
I appreciate you putting the link in, Jeff. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Y'all check out Mike's channel. Give him a subscribe, like.
I haven't been streaming recently because I just started a new job, but I'll probably get up there and start doing something like on a weekend or something.
Do you do panels?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
dude,
cool.
I've had some freaking crazy panels, bro.
I
Some
bet.
stuff that You might need therapy after, but
Oh
we have
Lord,
fun. Yeah.
are they
No,
still up?
the ones that I would lose a channel over, that stuff's privated, but
Uh,
yeah, no, a lot of it's up, dude. And then some of the videos we made where we just kind of cover the stuff that was hilarious and funny, that stuff's up there. But we've had educational stuff like this, and then we've had just straight up like nonsense. Like it's definitely a spectrum.
All right, so what we're looking on the screen here, over to the right, uh, you have two flows of electrons represented as a red flow and a blue flow. And can you see these rings around it here?
Negative, positive, is that what that's showing?
Yeah, that's a negative flow of electrons and a positive flow of electrons. And then the circles around them in the white, I don't know if you can see it clearly,
Yep, I see
but
it.
it that's the magnetic field which a flow of electrons produces at a perpendicular angle to it. So it circles around it like that. And when they get close to each other, it draws them together, and then they twist around each other like that. And from laboratory tests, there's no upper limit on how big this can get. So if you have flows of electrons that keep coming together, theoretically, it could it could be light years long flows of electrons. And those the pictures on the left are I think they were taken from the Chandra telescope. It's picking up the electromagnetic spectrum, and I think it's pretty similar. It to me that looks like two humongous flows of electrons twisting around each other, which are basically the size of galaxies.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Have you ever seen I think a couple photos were just taken recently, but have you ever seen the twisting of the plasma in a sun where it like loops up and then
Oh
like
yeah,
twists
yeah,
hard and then it breaks apart, and
yeah. That's fascinating.
they actually just had a plasma tornado up there that they got some pretty cool photos of. And it literally is like, going across, just twisting and like rotating around the sun. It's
Yeah, I saw that.
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. But check this out. Imagine, all right, that's basically a huge lightning bolt through space, is what it is. That's probably how stars form.
What you put up?
Certain. Huh?
Did you put a link up, or what you're showing me?
No, I was getting ready to paint a picture with my words.
Oh, gotcha. No, I got you.
But yeah, those are basically huge lightning bolts that are like hundreds of light years long. I mean, I'm not sure what the proportions are on those specific pictures, but
What's the source of energy? It just starts like twisting. Like, how does it start? Or that's from the sun?
it um they could have possibly been ejected from a supernova at one time. But I kind of think like just out in space, you have electrons flowing, and they got that low electromagnetic field around them. And when two get close to each other, they draw each other together, and eventually they build up into chains like that. But they were that's basically what's connected from the sun to each planet is a twisting thing like that. And they have images that they've collected from data that shows that it basically looks like an umbilical cord, and it's constantly connected this from the sun to each planet. So I think
Yeah.
that's a big driver of weather. You got those electromagnetic umbilical cords out there crossing as the planets are revolving around us, around the sun in different patterns.
So, I mean, weather is primarily because of convection, heating, cooling, creating currents and spinning stuff, and, going from dense, like, or non, like, basically gas particles that are heated and then becoming dense as they cool and creating water and stuff like that. That's generally the weather pattern. And then the sun creation is basically these hydrogen clouds that start to coalesce, and then the density of the center of it starts to pull more gas in, and then eventually it ignites a fusion reaction from the density of the hydrogen atoms, and then eventually it just ignites a ball of gas, and that creates the sun. So anywhere you see suns being created, you see these like crazy large like gas clouds, and it's like a birthing center of suns. Now,
Well,
does
I
this
don't know
stuff like
nothing about birthing
maybe
no
like the
sons.
spark of it? I don't know, but
You
that's
know, I
what we
think
know
a
so
big
far.
driver of weather on Earth is also directly coming from the sun, streamed off of it on the solar wind. Um, we're getting a constant, steady stream of electrons. Other heavy elements, even iron, is constantly streamed off to the sun, falling to Earth.
Without the sun, we wouldn't have weather. So that's, I mean, that's a true statement. Is it directly affected by solar particles? I mean, I'm sure there's some effect, but it generally it's just the heating source. That's our energy source, and then it's just you have convection. You have stuff that gets warm, it rises, and then stuff that cools down and falls. And the faster it does that, the more intense the weather, the more the
Are you
bigger
talking
the
about
storms.
buoyancy?
What do you mean buoyancy? Buoyancy is just like a less dense object within a dense environment, so it rises to the top. But this
Right.
is more
Yeah.
like I don't know if you've ever like watched like
I mean, I know what
pasta.
convection is, like a
Yeah,
heating convection oven.
you ever get like the Chinese soup where you have the particles in it, you just let it sit, and you can actually see it like swirling from the heat. So like the little pieces come up, they cool, they go down. You can actually see it really clearly in some of those like soups with like a bunch of
Like,
stuff in it. I don't know how to describe it. It's like
uh,
a what's that
I think
soup that you
I
get?
I
It's
think
like an
it's also an
yeah,
electromagnetic
it's like
property.
an
what
onion soup.
about the solar flares? Do they affect weather? I know they affect our internet
Definitely.
connection.
Oh yeah.
Well, they definitely
If
affect
if you
northern
notice,
lights. That's for
if
sure.
you start paying attention, if whenever they have like an Earth facing solar event, solar flare or something, within about 3 days, the weather gets crazy here. The worse it is, the worse the weather is. Usually takes about 3 days for that to get from the sun to the Earth. The past month, the sun has been throwing off CMEs like every 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, no, that and that one spot's been thrown out a lot. I know it takes 9 minutes. I think it's either 9 minutes or 12 minutes, like from for the light to travel from the sun.
Yeah, I
So
think it's 8.
8, yeah. So, but it definitely, I think the solar stuff is much slower, but it does come here pretty fast. It might be 2 3 days, like you said.
Oh yeah, it's different. Like the composition of the solar wind is different. Like you'll have a range of elements, different weights, and a lot I think that has something to do with it. Like the heavier elements probably take longer to get here, like iron and stuff.
Hmm.
The lighter elements like carbon and
Did you see when we got hit by that big one? Like, were you able to see the northern lights or the sky turn like purple or anything?
what was that?
When we had that big CME that was like there was like two in a row or three in a row that hit us all at the same time. We had like
Oh yeah,
aurora.
yeah,
Yeah, did you
hmm
see that?
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
Sam's
did.
got
I
a
did see
picture.
the
It's like
aurora. I
Oh, is
was
that the
purple
one
following
where
the.
it
sky.
went all the way down to Alabama?
Yes, well, even lower actually.
Wow.
Um,
I
yeah,
was
that
I
was a
was
big one.
following the CMEs, but no, I didn't see the auroras.
Oh my god, dude, it was like all over the world. You just look up and the sky was like purple and like green. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people seen it with the naked eye, but yeah, the phone. Yeah, yeah. But Sam's got a beautiful photo of like the sky purple from it. It's like amazing. And it's the same stuff that happens in like Alaska and Antarctica. We see all those like northern lights, aurora borealis and stuff. That's just the same stuff. It's just
That's awesome.
charged oxygen, nitrogen, gas particles that get hit from solar energy. It's pretty amazing, actually. It's beautiful.
Well, it's when the particles that are streaming in intersect with the magnetic field of Earth that makes them light up. I believe.
Right, so that's what makes them go to the north and the south poles, and then the ions of like oxygen, nitrogen,
Oh,
um,
the different
the
gases.
different gas particles get you know,
Yeah.
Plasmified.
electromagnetically charged, and
They
then
ionize.
they ionize, and then the energy being given off is in the form of light. So yeah, and that's what the different colors is just the different elements.
That's what I think's happening with comets. I don't think it's venting like they say. I think it's glow mode plasma.
I thought it was ice balls or something.
That's yeah, that's what they say, but I don't believe it.
Oh, you don't believe the
I don't.
scientists?
I think we're working off of like 1970s
You think
predictions and
so?
shit. Yeah,
NASA? Mr. B, what? I'm not kicking Mr. P. Why would
they're
you want
not.
to
They're
kick
not
Mr.
reading current
P?
data.
That's not gonna happen. Put it this way: you're gonna have to really could like sweeten the deal for me to
Well, we used
sell
to
out to
play
that level.
the kickoff game. You know what that is, Jeff?
A what?
The kickoff game.
No, what's that?
So, like for example, when we had all those people up, and some people like don't want to hear Mike, or they want to mess with them, or me, or anybody, they can pay a dollar per minute to boot them off the panel, and it's a great way for the channel to raise money. This is not my idea. This was done, many times over, but it keeps it kind of light so the chat can get involved and affect the panel by donating to have people kicked off. Now, unfortunately, there's a lot of babies out there, and they can't handle the fact that the channel's winning from that, and they just want to be on the panel. But
I
good
can
sports
understand
will
that.
gladly take a step down so yourself can receive a donation and help out. But you deal with the emotional people, unfortunately.
Well, my thing is like the censorship because it's paying to take someone's voice away that I'm here to help give them, and so I wrestle with that part of it.
So you don't want to look at it
Yeah,
morally.
but
You want to look at it
we
being
agree to
fun.
I
like
know that's what's
you.
hard. As a Satanist, it's so hard for me to not look at it morally.
You're talking about like me as a panelist on your show taking my somebody paying to take my voice away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like here's $10. Mute Kane for 10 minutes or
Well,
something.
here's
I'd
the
have a
thing on
real
that.
hard time. I'm like, but I want to hear what he has to say,
Yeah, but
and I
here's the
want to
thing
make
about
this a
that.
space where people can come and be heard and have the
If I
conversations they don't get to have.
if I choose to come here, I know that's a stimulation. If I agree to it, then it's on
Because
me. It's
I'm like that on other panels. If someone mutes me for 10 minutes, I'm like, okay, no problem. It's all in good
It's
fun. I
for the
get it.
channel. It's not a
But
it's not a
then
personal
it's
thing.
different when you're the one being asked to do it. Yeah, that's different though. That's me managing
Dude,
the
I've been booted off
content.
tough
my
love,
own
Jeff.
channel. I mean, it's my channel,
Is
and
it?
they're
Do they
paying
get? Is it the
to
same price?
Here I am says you censor.
yeah. I mean, it's just a dollar
I
per
mean, we
minute.
could try it. If somebody wants to kick one of these fine gentlemen that we're having a perfectly enjoyable conversation off of this panel, if you have the heart to do that and you want to indulge that sadistic side of yourself,
Oh my God,
okay,
Jeff.
I'm open to it. We'll see what happens.
Jeff, what topics do you censor?
You,
Usually anything I think that might cross YouTube toss, which so far I can't tell what that is, or stuff that I think crosses like a personal
They keep
line
it nebulous.
that I
I don't
think my
know like
audience is just
about
not going to want
Satanism,
to.
but you seem to be the nicest, morally sound Satanist I think
They
I've
keep
ever met.
saying that, but then they complain when they see the demon, when the demon comes out. So
Show us your
I
demon.
try. I start out nice. I try to.
But yeah, no, and then channels like where the shit show, for example, they apply it to the chat too, so the chat can mess with each other. They can
They can
like
kick
so
other people out the chat.
right. So if you have two
Oh
people
God.
going at it in the chat, then they can just kick each other off or mute each other. You
Hmm.
know, so it's supposed to be fun. It's not if you take it personal, you're just not. I don't think you're ready for the panel verse if you're taking it personal. 'Cause I'm just
Yes,
saying.
I agree. You have to, especially to be on a panel. The audience. Well, to me, that's like any chat room. I think you have to have a certain amount of thick skin to be even in the AOL chat rooms. But I
And I
don't
love
babysit
Mike.
anybody here, so
I love Mike, but you know how much money he made me? I mean, it's crazy how many
AOL.
people
You
kicked him
streaming through
off.
AOL?
Like it's
yeah.
crazy.
Wait.
He actually was a good sport about it too. So shout out to
Yeah,
Sal.
he agreed to have 10 minutes with Wombat. Somebody paid for that, and he agreed to it. So I think if people agree to it, if everybody's in on it, it's all consensual and it's all just good sport. I could probably be corrupted into it. So yeah, so it looks like nobody wants to kick either one of you. I might
So
have to do the kicking.
so I'll give you an example. Like first of
About to
all, I've
kick
seen you
myself.
kick people. Now you could have let the audience do that and actually,
Well, you
get
know what I
Mike.
did earlier? It was Lanza and Mike, and
Mm,
I put a poll up asking which conversation they preferred because they were having two completely different conversations, and they
that's
picked
good.
Mike. Believe it or
But
not,
I'll
by
give you an
almost two
example though.
thirds.
We had this guy Nick Volt, right? And a
Oh yeah, I've been on a
majority.
panel with him.
There you go. Now I didn't mind Nick Volt, but a majority of the chat found him repulsive, right?
Why? I liked him. He's kind of
Well,
sciency and rational, and
when he's sciencey and rational, he's actually great to talk to, but he tends to look at the chat, get triggered, and then go off the deep end.
oh, I've never seen
Especially,
that side of him.
and he's condescending, Sam's right, especially when he's drinking. Then he becomes just, oof, says some terrible things. But in that case, you would have people that were like, you know what, kick Volt. I can't deal with this anymore. Kick Volt. So anyone that's like kind of taking down the panel conversation or just being wild or whatever, it actually comes in handy, and the audience helps you by doing that. Again, I'm not telling you you should or shouldn't do it. I'm just explaining
No,
it
I'm
because
open to it.
yeah.
Definitely. No one's wanted to
Has Spectrum been around?
kick any one of you. Not since that day. No.
I hope I didn't hurt his
You talking about
feelings.
Jack?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, not since that day.
You should set up a debate between me and him.
Yeah, like think. Well, y'all are welcome. I'll host it. I could sit in the back with the popcorn.
And tell him I challenge him to a debate then.
I would
Online.
love to see that one.
What was the
Um,
topic? Oh yeah, sex being bimodal.
Shameless. Are you saying like approach it like don't look at it like do it, but just don't think of it as about the money, more about letting the chat have a voice. Yeah, I could see that. And I've said before, I'm always y'all can attempt anything with the super chats, and if you negotiate it ahead of time, I'll stick to it. But so I've
People
already invited people to
participate.
get creative with whatever what they incentivize here.
Oh, and
I,
here's
I
the other
just
thing.
can't until I'm faced with the
Mm.
temptation. I can't say ahead of time if I'm going to succumb to it or not. But I have before.
Well, for example, Jeff, I mean, you can actually pay to get back on the panel too. So if somebody boots you for 5 minutes, you can pay $5 to get yourself back on to counterbalance it. So you can actually defend yourself by
How bad do
donating.
you want to make your point?
See,
Right.
this is how corruption in politics starts because
Oh
everyone's
yeah,
supporting the corruption already.
yeah. Panel
That's why
versus
free speech
mafia.
is the First Amendment.
But I've even had people that will buy security for somebody that they want to see standing up on the panel. So
Oh, like
they'll
in
like
panel insurance.
insurance. So they get
Wow.
booted for 5 minutes. Somebody pays $20. Now you have to pay 15 to get this guy down. And actually, it's 20 because the 15 just counterbalances the insurance. So that's when you start really, and people like, that have a little bit of money to throw around, they have a ton of fun with this stuff. And you know what? You pay for StreamYard. You spend your time up there. It's a benefit, I think, for everybody as long as you're looking at it the right way. But you're gonna
Yeah, you can have
inevitably
a
have
whole little
somebody.
economy going.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
you're right. It's voluntary. I'm all about self-determination, so you're right. Let give people the power and let them decide what they want to do with it. What? Dang.
well, you know what? Nova brings up a good point. He actually made 1,000 for somebody to, I think, permanently kick Julia, and
Permanently.
then he didn't honor it,
I
which
mean,
was
that's
That's
really
good.
hard to
fucked up.
like never let her on ever again.
Right, for
That's
a
hard to
thousand.
honor.
So he took the money, never
Hmm.
gave it back, and then brought her on. I think the next day. Nova can correct me on this, but
Oh
it's
wow. I
something
would
like
have given
yeah.
it like a year or something.
I would never watch that show again.
Yeah, that seems.
Imagine the
Yeah, I
guy
could
that
see.
donated. I mean, bro, why
No, I would send that $1,000 back.
don't you take the 1,000 and go on a vacation? So why are you donating to kick somebody off a panel forever? Like, just
$1,000 ain't shit. I make that every week.
go on a cruise or something. What are you doing?
Well, we can practice because I think I'm gonna wrap the stream up for now. I'll probably come back later. So, which one
Cool.
should I kick first? Like, pretend either this is your chance to practice pay, or we could pretend pay. If this were a
Practice on me.
super
I gotta go
chat,
to bed.
who would you kick?
Yeah, put a name in the chat who you want to kick.
Yeah, and I'll let that person get kicked first. They can do a little goodbye message.
I gotta go to bed anyway.
Ah,
Where the
see,
hell are you that you need to go to bed right now?
influencing the jury.
What
Now they're
time
gonna
zone are you
pick
in?
you just as an
My
easy
soul's
out.
stuck
And
on third shift. It's like
Oh,
1:30
my
p.m.
guy. I got you.
But I sleep during the day. Yeah.
oh, you have to go get your sleep for
Yeah, I'm getting ready to
the day.
crash.
Yeah,
I
my
stayed up. I'm usually in bed by this time, but tonight's my Friday night, so it's my last night. So
kick Mike. They're all kicking themselves. Okay. Well, do you have anything you want to say on your way out, or promote, or announce?
You can kick me
not really.
today, but I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.
Yeah.
hit me up
Might
on
be back this afternoon.
Discord if you want.
What's your
Kane's
Discord name?
Catharsis. Kane's Catharsis on all my socials.
Okay.
Discord, Twitter,
One word
YouTube. Yeah, at Kane's Catharsis.
like that.
That's it.
Okay. Check out Kane, and like I said, I'll be back. Probably, I'm sure later tonight. I think.
Thanks
we're
for
gonna
having me
go.
on, Jeff.
You too. Take care, Kane. Get some rest and have a good day at work. And I think we're gonna go watch stuff in the Discord. We have Treme. We started. It's a HBO series set in New Orleans 3 months after Katrina. And what I didn't realize, this movie's reminding me that people talk about the government, society. You can't trust government, societal collapse, and that's kind of the closest to that situation that I've seen in my lifetime was post Katrina, when the government did fail. You couldn't count on the government. There were some conspiracy theories, but even those aside, the system did not work, and the people were left on their own, kind of in a state of societal collapse. And this is kind of, and all of this is in the background. None of it's very overt in the show itself, but you have people kind of rebuilding and continuing on their own in a state of self sufficiency. They have to do it on. They have if New Orleans is going to come back and their lifestyle and traditions, they're going to have to bring it back themselves, and that's kind of what the series is about. So we're going to go watch the second episode, and anyone on Discord's welcome to join us. And then I think we're going to talk about it on stream maybe later today. Liliana, I'm going to save it for her because she probably wants to be part of that discussion. So that's where I'm headed now, and I hope to see you all later. Have a good day, whatever you do with yours, and let's do it again soon. All right, thanks everybody, and take care. See you later. Mike, Kane, Moose, Lanza, other Mike, everybody else that came on today, Zat, Tommy, Hank, Leggy, everyone in the chat. I can't express my appreciation enough right now. Thank you so much. All right, take care. Well, hang on, Moose. You want to come on for a bit? I was going. We started something in the Discord. Okay, I'll be doing another one probably in a few hours. I can. You want me to start sending you the links again? I could do that. And hit me up later too, because I want to compare notes. All right, we'll do it again soon. Take care, everybody. Wow, ran through the whole track. It's never happened before. Okay, take care.